the afternoon of March 16th, 2021. Tony, could you please call the roll?
Jimenez,
Present.
Morales,
Here.
Cohen,
Here.
Crosco, Davis, Esparza,
Here.
Arenas, Full,
Here.
Mahan,
Here.
Jones,
Present.
Liccardo.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Please join us as we pledge allegiance.
Pledge allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
For
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Today's invocation will be provided by Brendan O'Flaherty, the San Jose Dublin Sister City Group. Of course, tomorrow is St. Patrick's Day, and a fellow Irishman, Councilmember Perales, will tell us more.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. And I actually just completed or got my results for my 23andMe of my ancestry composition. And I'm less Irish than I thought, but I am 20.2% British and Irish, as it's a combination. That's how they report it. And then 26.6 French and German. So I'm actually more French and German. But I do have Irish in me. And obviously, yes, as you point out, tomorrow, St. Patrick's Day, and it's an honor to be able to have Brendan O'Flaherty with us today from the San Jose Dublin Sister City Group. So he'll be doing our invocation, and he was born in Cork, Ireland, many years ago, and came to Santa Clara Valley when he was 10. His parents, Ray and Mary, were very involved in building the Irish community here in San Jose and hosted many of Ireland's leaders when they came to visit, and both very influential in our community, and two individuals that you could always see down at O'Flaherty's, and we honored Ray a couple years ago, and you can still find Mari celebrating, and it's really an honor to have them here. Brendan enjoys continuing that tradition now, as he is a member of our San Jose Dublin Sister City Group, which was founded by his father, and Patrick Mann and Tom McHenry back in 1986. Brendan is also one of the founders of the Downtown San Jose Shamrock Run, which is actually going to be taking place virtually, but will hopefully resume back in person next year in 2022. Brendan is also the current managing partner of O'Flaherty's Irish Pub, and managing partner along with his mother, and of the 5 Points Lounge, both of which are spots that we hope can get right back to vibrancy later this year. And today, Brendan will be sharing the history about how the Irish community came here to San Jose, and he'll be reading "May the Road Rise Up to Meet You," an Irish blessing. Welcome.
Sorry, Councilmember, 1 second here.
Jagich, that is Gaelic for hello, and also means God be with you. On behalf of the San Jose Dublin Sister City Group, I want to thank Councilman Raul Perales and his staff for asking me to do the invocation so close to the most famous Irish day of the year, which is the Feast of St. Patrick. We would normally be celebrating here at O'Flaherty's with Irish music, Irish dancing, corned beef and cabbage, and a great deal of libation. And lots of people who were Irish or want to be Irish, at least for a day. But this year it'll be a more subdued time with masks and social distance. However, it'll still be fun and it reminds us of how fortunate we are to be able to celebrate it even in these difficult times. Irish people are generally known as being the most optimistic, adventurous, and fun people in the world. That's mostly because they live in a place where it rains 225 days out of the year, so any bright spot is more than welcome. That optimism and sense of adventure drove my parents to immigrate to the Valley of Santa Clara in 1972 from a difficult situation called the Troubles in Ireland. The Troubles were mostly up in the north, but the effect on the economy for the rest of the country was devastating. My parents came for a year so my dad could help his cousin promote rodeos and circuses on the West Coast. Yes, an Irish guy promoting rodeos. They soon realized, like a number of immigrants who come to this area, that this is a magical place. An area with fantastic weather, a great mix of culture, an optimistic view of the world, and filled with opportunity. They left their home and what they knew, and they gave their 5 children an opportunity of a lifetime. This is the story of many Irish and many other cultures in San Jose. The community that my parents helped build included the O'Briens, the Naughtons, the Coyles, the Boyles, etc. And they all knew and helped each other, and when someone new came, they helped them too. They also built many of the organizations such as the San Jose Dublin Sister City Group and other Irish American cultural groups. This is why this is a magical place, as a melting pot of people, culture, and ideas, where folks remember what it was like to come to a new place and want others to succeed and have the same opportunities as they had. So Flaherty's pub motto is, "You're a stranger here but once," and I think that applies to San Jose in general, as we welcome the next new ideas, the next new cultures, and the next new people to take advantage of the opportunities here and create new opportunity for all of us. I firmly believe that this is where the future is created. On that theme, a short Irish poem is what I'd like to recite, and it basically says that may God remove the obstacles in your journey through life. Something that I think you guys probably get asked at each one of these meetings. It goes like this: may the road rise up to meet you, may the wind be always at your back, may the sun shine warm upon your face, the rains fall soft upon your fields, and until we meet again, may God hold you in the palm of his hand. Slánta.
Yeah, I think that's the first time anybody's actually had a beer and toasted at an invocation. Slánta.
It's always a good reason for a first. Okay. Thank you very much, Councilmember Perales. And it was wonderful to see Brendan's description of his family. We all miss Ray, who was a great champion of our community. Little known fact, also a champion tennis player. Not many folks know that. He played the best players in the world in his day. Okay, we'll move forward now to orders of the day. Does anyone in the council have any changes to the printed agenda? Let me just add, I know there was some concern about making sure we do have discussion of the outcome of the vote yesterday, and that will happen on the city manager's report, I believe, on the roadmap, so we can take action at that time, I'm told. Any other comments or questions or motion?
So
Move to
moved.
approve. Second.
Okay, motion and second. All right, let's vote on orders of the day.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Aye.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're on to the closed session report, and Nora, I believe you're passing the baton to Dave. Is that right?
That's correct. I don't have a report out, but I understand city manager does.
Okay, so Dave, you've got a big announcement.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. Wanted to announce that today the Mayor and Council confirmed Tony Mata as our new police chief. He will be starting on Monday, March 22nd. As the world knows, this came after a pretty extensive search and a very public process. And I'm just extremely grateful for Tony and his willingness to take on this role. And the work that he's done to date and the work that he will do in the future with all of us in terms of serving our community. I did want to do a special thank you to Chief Tindall for the acting role that he has done over the past few months. Really appreciate him stepping into that role and leading the department as we went through this recruitment process. And I also want to note that, the process has been demanding on everyone, certainly demanding on the candidates that have been involved, and I just want to thank them all. And certainly demanding on the department, during this time. And so, now that the decision's been made and look forward to working with Tony, I'm very hopeful that we can all kind of come together and work together in terms of the work that we want to do with our community in terms of progressing forward. So I'd like to give Tony the opportunity to say a few words. Tony is joined here in the meeting with his wife, Lorena, and his daughters, Gabriela and Cecilia, and his son, Mateo. So congratulations, Tony, and your opportunity to address the mayor and the council.
Thank you, City Manager, and thank you, Mayor, Council, and again, the City Manager's office, Jennifer McGuire, and the CMO team who managed this process. I know it was long and a long process, but I'm truly honored and beyond words, and I'm just grateful for this opportunity to lead our exceptional workforce at this time. I look forward to our continued work with our communities to make our community safe. I just want to thank everyone for the continued support, all the council members, and also members of our community and our workforce. So thank you again.
Thank you, Tony. And that completes the report, Mayor.
Thank you. Well, that was a pretty important report. Tony, thank you for your willingness to serve and to lead. And thank you to the extraordinary women and men of the San Jose Police Department. We know we've got a lot of important, challenging work ahead, and I'm grateful that you're willing to lead us in that direction. All right, let's move forward now to the consent calendar. Are there any items the council would like to pull from consent? I believe Councilmember Carrasco would like to pull item 2.14, which is approval of the National Women's History Month.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are there any other items to be pulled? Okay, let's first consider that item, Councilmember Carrasco, and then we'll go to public comment on that item. That's 2.14, approval of National Women's History Month. Councilman Carrasco, I'm sorry, is there an audio issue?
Hi, no, thank you, sir.
Okay,
So, yeah, I wanted to pull 2.14. I can go ahead and speak on that?
yes, please do. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to, be able to honor Women's History Month. It offers us an opportunity to be able to recognize all of the wonderful women who have come before us, all the wonderful women who we have a great pleasure to share a space with. And of course, all of those who have paved the way for us to be here today, and who really, truly prepared the women and passed the torch on to that next generation. As women, we inherit a bevy of double standards. If you're a working mom, you don't often get to do a great job in either your career, your working environment, or even as a mother. If you're doing a great job at work, you sometimes suffer the guilt of not being a great mom. And for those working moms, I think you know what I'm talking about. If you're doing a great job as a mother, sometimes you're criticized for not being a great employee. So it's sometimes a double-edged sword, and it's very difficult to do both great all the time. The pandemic was an eye-opener, I think, for many of us, for women especially. It was one that was an extremely painful experience for many women. They had to give up their careers. For many women, they ended up getting shut in with their children on a full-time basis. They ended up doing childcare. They ended up being teachers, tutors. They ended up taking up all of the house chores entirely by themselves many times. You know, in the middle of the darkness, we saw the light. We saw the full extent of the role of the woman. I want to acknowledge that that there are many trailblazers that we look up to, that we see as our heroes. Too many to acknowledge here today, but I do want to acknowledge one that just had a birthday, RBG. May she rest in peace. To think of what a little tiny woman can do in her lifetime. When you speak your truth, the entire world listens. And I think also of another tiny little woman that we loved here locally, Judge Chapman, another powerhouse in a tiny little body who spoke her truth and spoke up for others, and we all listened. Another tiny little woman who spoke her truth and the whole world listened, Yalitza Aparicio. This is an Indigenous woman who is an actress, but has been named one of the 100 most influential women who is now championing Indigenous rights and is working on behalf of Mexico's domestic workers. Of course, we have our very own Vice President Kamala Harris, a woman of Black and Indian descent, now in the second most powerful positions in this country. And I want to acknowledge all of the women that I get the honor of sitting on this council with. Every single day, they are in the battle, I consider in the battle of their lives, advocating for their residents and for the city of San Jose, whether it's environmental issues, human rights issues, issues for children and their families, or issues regarding housing. We're sitting here working on behalf of the residents of the 10th largest city in the country. But I also want to recognize all of the women that live here in the city of San Jose in one way or the other, whether it's improving the human condition of their neighborhoods, or they're coming into City Hall, working in our own city departments, or advocating on behalf of our neighborhoods. I truly appreciate all of the work that they do. There are residents, there are community members. They truly make this city just one of the most awesome cities where I get the privilege of raising my 3 children, and where I was born and raised. And I want to be able to also acknowledge my mother, who loved this city and called it her home. And, you know, with her 3rd grade education, she led the way for myself and for our very extended large family. So with that, I just want to say to all of the women out there, with all of your hard work, raising children, dealing with double standards, and making it all look sometimes so very easy, keep on trucking. I'm not going to age myself, but you know, my mother would have washed my mouth out with soap for saying the following. I assure you, I don't need to be censored because it's not considered a bad word anymore, pero somos chingonas. So there's your Spanish word for the day, somos chingonas. So honoring Women's History Month is my pleasure, and it's my great honor. And I'm going to pass the mic on to Councilmember Arenas. Thank you, Councilmember Arenas, for hosting this with me as well. But thank you, Mayor, for allowing us to be able to do this today.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Renz?
Thank you, Councilmember Carrasco. I think that word now translates into fighters, right? Because that's what we have been, and women all over this world have been fighters, and we've been fighting for the right to vote, to be educated. I mean, just so many battles And we still currently have battles that we haven't finished. And that's really for gender parity and equal pay. I'm really glad that you touched on some of the national women figures that have paved the path for many of us to be sitting here at the dais and serving our community. I want to take a moment just to highlight somebody from the East Side, actually somebody in your district, council member, and this is Sofia Mendoza. She was really at the forefront of the Chicano movement that was birthed here in the heart of San Jose. And, you know, back in the 60s, there was some hostilities, we'll say, between police and Mexican Americans. And she really brought the community together. They formed a group called Community Alert Patrol. And you'll be amused to learn that her meetings were happened at the Lady of Guadalupe Church. Which I know that you're very proud of, and we are all very proud of, as Cesar Chavez made it his meeting home as well. I even got to see an old picture of Sophia as an IPA advisory council later on in her life. And that included our current independent police auditor, Siobhan, who I also would love to recognize in her leadership role. So she obviously, Sofia Mendoza, progressed for not only the Mexican American community, but women just like me to be able to continue to serve. And I know that everybody here has seen firsthand how women are very capable. And we really get the job done. And in the using the words of Councilmember Carrasco, we are simply just chingonas, and so we get the work done. But unfortunately, the pandemic has hit us in a way that we didn't expect, because most women earn much less than men. They're the first ones to stay at home and take care of children, or really take the hit for the household. And so we are at a risk of losing some of that progress that we've worked so hard, especially women of color, who have lost more jobs than any other group. And so as policymakers, I want us to make sure that we continue to focus on women and making sure that we regain our efforts. So I'm really honored to serve with all of you, my council colleagues, and those of you who are feminist at heart and happen to be male. So thank you so much, and bravo for Women's History Month. Que viva.
All right, well said. Would any other council members like to join in? If not, we'll take your good intentions telepathically, and we'll celebrate Women's History Month together. Let's go to the public for any public comment. Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. The Human Services Commission, if people are looking for an outlet to want to talk about and think about and work on women's issues, the Human Services Commission does a great job with this subject, and they've been working on women's rights issues for Santa Clara County and for San Jose for like a few years now, and it's really interesting work, really good work, and I really recommend it a lot. And back in the 80s, the band U2, they used to sing a song, and they'd sing the words El Pueblo Vencer, which is the community can overcome. And I've been trying to find a way to say that often here in San Jose City Council meetings, and maybe this is a good place to start saying that, El Pueblo Vencer. And yeah, it seems appropriate, and actually your words are actually better, that we just San Jose women and Santa Clara County women get the job done, and they do the work. So thanks a lot, and it's been a really good learning experience for myself in that way, and thanks for this item.
Thank you. All right. Councilmember Carrasco, would you like to make a motion as the entire agenda for consent?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any
Thank you.
comments on this or any other item on consent? Mr. Beekman, did you want to speak on another item on consent?
Yeah, I wanted to speak on a couple items. There's one on smart wave technology, and one is you're approving of about 45 previous city council city events. And I wanted to comment on those two things. To comment on the city council events, I think a lot of those 45 have to do with dumpster days. And I just wanted to remind of the magic that there is of what I think can be a good communication process for everyone to have a dumpster day in a local neighborhood that invites, the homeless of a neighborhood and the residents, the people with homes, to really, foster that relationship, as we're trying to come out of this COVID time. I know it could be risky, but I think as always, it could just do amazing things. And it's an important communication process to build relationships in the neighborhoods. Yeah, it's so good luck on continuing working on that issue, and in those terms. The other thing, the smart wave stuff, just my usual, as much as you guys love, and we all love the idea of digital inclusion and bridging the digital divide, how important that is. I can't stress enough the importance to learn to develop open public policies for learning how to bridge the digital divide. It's such an important extra step in what is the process of bridging the digital divide. And, making sure to have a good notification process when placing 4 and 5G in local neighborhoods. So people have, the choices to question it. That has to be an important part of our future. And that's how you build community harmony and morale, and we're all playing fairly and good, and we're getting above this whole COVID situation. I hope you can learn to take those steps. It's nice, it's decent, and it's good. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, returning to council, let's vote on the motion from Councilmember Carrasco.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Aye.
Cohen, Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye. All right, thank you, everyone. We're on to the report of the city manager. And Dave, I know we had a vote yesterday, and I think we need to take some action on that vote. Is that right?
That's correct, Mayor. And I've got Kip on, who's going to kind of lead us through that discussion and kind of just confirm the results and move us forward.
You know what, Dave, I just realized apparently there was a note that was just included that I noted. We didn't pull item 2.9, and apparently there's going to be rotunda lighting for St. Patrick's Day. Did you want to just speak on that while we're on 3.1?
Actually, I don't know about that.
I apologize. I just got a note that apparently because we're celebrating the 35th anniversary this year of the city's sister city relationship with Dublin, we will be lighting up the rotunda for St. Patrick's Day. I can guess the color. And I think that's 2.9 is retroactive approval, which we just approved. So I'll just say that publicly. I think that covers it.
Yeah, actually, I think, Mayor, I got a note that the Consul General of Ireland was going to make some remarks. And,
okay.
So I think we have him on the line.
Wonderful.
So apologize for that.
Thank you. My apologies for my oversight as well. Consul General, thank you so much for joining us. We'd love to hear your comments, though I encourage you not to nudge us in any way that will sweep defeat from the jaws of victory, since we already proved the item.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I'll be very, very quick. I know you've got a lot of business on the agenda today. And look, just to say, I'm Robert O'Driscoll, Ireland's Consul General here in San Francisco. And on behalf of the Government of Ireland, I want to thank the San Jose City Council for agreeing to illuminate your City Hall green Over 500 buildings all around the world are going green this St. Patrick's Day. And it really does, it's a symbolic reflection of the deep bonds of friendship between Ireland and Silicon Valley, and of course the capital of Silicon Valley, San Jose. Just to say, of course, ours is a very old relationship. You know, it just so happens that the gold rush happened at the same time as the great national tragedy in Ireland, the Great Famine. And 1.5 million Irish people left our island and came to America. A lot of them came west and found a very welcoming home here. And we're so proud of what they've achieved since then. I just want to echo everything that Councilmember Carrasco just said. We in our community, we now celebrate St. Bridget with as much gusto as we celebrate St. Patrick. That's very, very important. And here in California, we celebrate Kate Kennedy, who is the Irish woman from Meath in Ireland who took the case for equal pay for equal work in the 1870s here in this state. So we're very proud of her. Today, some 2.5 million Californians identify as Irish. That makes California the greenest state in the union, and we're very proud of that relationship. We also have a very modern economic relationship with an Irish company opening a new office in California every 3 to 4 weeks, and a West Coast company investing in Ireland every other week. So it's a very modern, very dynamic business relationship. But I think at the center of all this, of everything that's going on, it's about those people-to-people relationships. And listening to Brendan earlier on, really brought that home to me. I know several people, of course, on this council also have Irish heritage. That is really the lifeblood of the Ireland-California relationship. And in this context, I want to just pay massive tribute to the San Jose Dublin Sister City Committee. 35 years, what an achievement. And to the founders of that committee who had so much vision in connecting, you know, what we call one of the big tech capitals in Europe, where we have our own Silicon Docks, to San Jose and Silicon Valley. And those people who've driven the connection, they've facilitated cultural, business, education, people-to-people links over the last 35 years that have served to enrich both cities. So just want to conclude by thanking you all, wishing you all a very happy, healthy, and socially distant as appropriate St. Patrick's Day. Lá Éile Pádraic San Díomh. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Thank you so much, Mr. Consul General. Thank you very much. And Dave, my apologies for interrupting, but that was an important item that I'm sorry that we missed before.
Yeah, thank you for doing that, Mayor. Very much appreciated.
Thank you.
And so back over to Kip now.
Don't think it's really fair to make me follow that. That was wonderful. Kip Harkness, Deputy City Manager. Greetings to the Mayor, Council, and members of the public. For those of you who've been following along, this is actually our 3rd time meeting on the city roadmap and the 10th hour of discussion that we've had around this extremely important topic. So I'm actually thrilled with the discussion that we've had so far. We heard a rich debate around different priorities, the challenge of prioritization, and ultimately the critical importance of prioritization. So I want to share with you the outcome of your points allocation and make a recommendation for moving forward, and quickly talk you through what the next step would be if you follow that. So recommendation. So I'm going to go ahead and go quickly through a few slides and then let you make your deliberation. So here you should see, if I've done my screen share correctly, the top line outcome of, there it is, of the points allocation from yesterday. And I know this is a bit of an eye chart, and I'll go into a couple of deck slides that will make this a little more clear. All of this is posted, and you can follow along on the deck either from the public or from the electeds. So as you can see, out of the 39 items, there were 2 that rose very strongly to the top. And our objective was to have 2 that rose to the top that would be formally added to the roadmap. Our secondary objective was to have a half dozen or so items that were clearly next in line to be added to the roadmap. And I'm pleased to report that the way the distribution worked is that there are a number of items that are next in line, which have 6 or more points allocated to them, which would be the sort of the next round of priorities. So you have a choice on how you want to proceed. We initially had proposed potentially reallocating those which only received 1 point. However, with the expansion to 10 points and the way that this is allocated, it has met all of our objectives perfectly, which is to identify 2 top priority items to add to council and a clear sense of what are the next items on the roadmap. So as we've talked about it from a staff perspective, we would actually recommend you considering this, approving this as is, and moving forward with it.
If you were to approve it as is, let me show you what would happen in terms of the roadmap and the backlog priorities. The first thing that would change is we would add 2 new items to the roadmap, and the roadmap would look something like this. So I'm going to use a little fake laser pointer here. So the items we would add to the roadmap would be right here as new policies, and they are both amalgams, groupings of other priorities. The first one is a grouping of encampment management and safe relocation strategy. And that would be in the line item of the creating housing and preventing homelessness enterprise priority. Now, it starts off as a policy, but it can also emerge and evolve into strategies and actual projects and initiatives on the ground. But we first want to understand what the policy direction is before we begin to build out additional strategies and initiatives. The second policy that we would add to the roadmap based on your direction would be the combination of Build Back Better, the Recovery Task Force, and the Alfresco Forever. The Build Back Better is really taking all of the things that we've done during COVID that have actually been positive, like Alfresco Forever, like the improvements in digital services, and making sure that we continue them, as well as making sure that our efforts at recovery are equitable and deeply involve the communities that we work with, including this idea of a recovery task force. So we would add those to the roadmap as citywide priorities that we would commit to working on vigorously over the next year. What would happen to everything else? So everything else would be in a backlog, which is now prioritized. So as you can see here, the original source of the items were the unfinished council policy priorities indicated in blue, the new proposed items that you had submitted to us indicated in green, referrals from the rules committee indicated in yellow, and internal city manager's office and administration priorities indicated in orange. So these get reshuffled, or rather reprioritized, in the following ranking according to the votes that you've placed. What I think is particularly important is you see that there are 7 items that really rise to the top, having 6 or more votes, points allocated to them. The top 2, which would be the 2 most next in line, would be Boost San Jose's retail sector and an update to this council's wage theft prevention policy. And then the next 5, it's a 5-way tie after that, are anti-displacement preference ordinance, local hiring / business / apprentice utilization program, San Jose surveillance ordinance and digital privacy policy implementation, traffic calming policy for residential neighborhoods, and urban greening implementation plan. It's important to notice these are tied, and so they're just listed here in alphabetical order to distinguish them. So they're not in priority, or it's really a tie for first and second along these 7 items. So following the discussion yesterday, what we would do with these is, to the extent that we can continue working on them at the departmental level, we will. And as soon as we believe we have capacity and the ability to bring these onto the roadmap, these 7 items would be the next ones that we would look to bring onto the roadmap. The last remaining category are those that did not receive any votes. These would stay deprioritized with one exception. The Monterey Corridor Working Group is really deprioritized directly as a result of the public health orders. So once those health orders are lifted, we would resume that working group as directed by council. So what this would form then is the full backlog that we would be working off of as we look to add things on to the roadmap, with, again, the attention going to these top 7 items. And we'd probably be, I'll talk a little bit more about how that process would work over the next several months. So here you have then is the proposed roadmap, which we would recommend for your adoption, which includes the 2 new policy priorities, which are here now in pink because they are related to our COVID response and recovery efforts. So all of the pink items that you see, pinkish red items, are directly related or fall out of our work with the COVID-19 response. So here I'd actually like to invite Jim Shannon to talk a little bit about how we will oops, I'm sorry, I'm out of order on this. No, I'm not. I actually would like to invite Jim Shannon to talk for a moment about how we will fold this into the budget exercise, including the budget exercise that you'll begin later today. Jim, if you could talk to that, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, thanks, Kip. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Jim Shannon, City's Budget Director. So as our City Manager, David, kicked off at the beginning of yesterday's session, this is, a really significant input as part of the budget process. These are things that the administration wants to commit to make significant progress and get these items done. And so having this work kind of prioritized now and having this roadmap prioritized now, as we're getting into the thick of the budget development process, we have the forecast, which kind of sets our fiscal position. We've got the direction from the mayor's March budget message, which will be discussed a little bit later today. This would also be a very important part and input in the budget development process. There are things on this roadmap that just really staff capacity and leadership capacity. There may be some things there where we need to move some money around to be able to make sure that we make progress on. In some cases, we might need to identify some additional sources, especially for a lot of the COVID response items. We'll be looking to those for some of the relief funding coming out of the federal government. So all that to say is that this is going to be a really important part of our thinking as we sort of bring forward to you as the administration part of our proposed budget process. And ultimately, as this becomes a more mature document, this kind of gets, this is talked about earlier in the budget process. We kick off the annual budget process in October. And so, actually this will be, thought about even earlier in our budget process as we become, more fluent in its use and having that to inform our thinking. So just wanted to reiterate kind of the importance of the work that you all have done for us with this document.
And then I would add on that, of course, the ultimate strategic guide for our work is the budget. So with the approval of the budget, we would do any modifications or adjustments to this roadmap that were needed for items that were citywide import. I want to speak very briefly about how we would sort of operationalize this or put this roadmap into practice, and then hand it over to the city manager to close us out. So we envision that we would be coming to the council on a regular basis, probably quarterly, so every 3 months, to update the council on kind of traffic light status, red, yellow, green. Where are we on implementation of this? And checking in on items that might have gotten stuck or items that might require extra attention, similar to what we do with the roadmap discussions we have in the Smart City Committee, but at a much higher level and much more robust level. We'd also have the opportunity on a quarterly basis to do some minor adjustments as we go. And then on an annual basis, we'd be doing the kind of major relook that you all just went through in anticipation of the budget process every year. So we keep this a living document. More importantly, this roadmap would now begin to directly inform the council committee work plans. You would see these items built into each council committee that was relevant in their work plans, and we'd be bringing forward these items for more detailed discussion to the council committee and, where appropriate, the full council. We would also incorporate this directly into the departmental work plans and develop an internal cadence to begin to check in on each of these, clear roadblocks, and support the departmental work required to move these forward. If you're familiar with tech, it's kind of like a DevOps cadence where you're really bringing the frontline team and the senior teams together to move through this on a regular basis so that you are very aware of what's going on here and you can move aside any obstacles. In order to do that well, we are going to be developing performance metrics and measures, such as objectives as measured by key results and other appropriate metrics, to ensure that we understand what's going on. And we believe what gets measured helps it get done. And so we'll be able to make more data-informed and measurement-based decisions on moving these forward. So bottom line, this will become not just a piece of paper, but the way that we move the entire change initiatives of the organization forward. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to our city manager, Dave Sykes, to close out this conversation.
Yeah, thank you, Kip and team. This is a really big deal in my mind. I think it's really the first time that we as a city have had kind of a holistic work plan that we've vetted with the community, and the mayor and the council have really set the priorities beyond just our policy work. And I certainly appreciate getting here was not the easiest thing in the world, and also appreciate it's not perfect either. And so we have more refinement that we will continue to do. But I don't think I can stress enough how important it is to, I think, the organization to really have a set of priorities that run across the organization that will keep us focused and pointed in the right direction to achieve all the work that we have to achieve. and recognizing that at times we're going to need to make adjustments to this, but and that's totally appropriate. But at least we're all kind of rowing in the same direction, and I think that's a really positive thing to be. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Dave, and thanks, Kip, for all the work that you and your teams have put into this. Nora, I know we typically don't take motions on 3.1. Do we need to do something as a council to endorse or embrace these findings?
My understanding was that the council needed to, by a vote, adopt those findings.
Okay.
And that's why it was put over to today.
Right.
Also.
And hi, this is Tony Tabor, City Clerk. This item is actually on the agenda as item 3.5. And so
it is.
And so it has action language on it.
Oh, forgive me. I have an old copy of the agenda. So the agenda has been revised to include that. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you then. We'll then take up motions and discussion on this at that time. Councilor Pross, I see your hand is up. Do you want to hold off until we get to discussion on 3.5?
Sure. Didn't we just have the presentation though? I mean, maybe we could just take it out of order.
Yeah, you'd think we could, but I guess, yeah, why don't we just, you're right. Let's just take it out of order. We just had the presentation. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you. And I know I was contacted yesterday. It was, I think we did not do a open forum as was agendized on the calendar for yesterday because we have of the timing that we pushed up. And so one of the things that which I believe we can do now, and I see a couple hands up, is just at least allow people to speak on this item before we vote on it. And then I did have a question, and then I'm willing to make a motion, but I'm happy to defer over to the public comment first, Mayor.
Okay, then at this time, why don't I call item 3.5, which is an action item relating to the roadmap and the findings of the council based on our vote. We'll go to public comment. Blair Beekman.
Hi, can you explain that again? This is a public comment for 3.5 or for 3.1?
Essentially on the same topic. It's all about the roadmap and the prioritization process. So we would welcome your comment about any of the priorities or the outcome.
Yes, I will do that. And so will I be able to speak again at 3.5?
No, we are hearing them together.
So you're hearing 3.5 right now too?
That's right. Yeah, I just called the items so that way we can vote on it since we just had the presentation this evening.
Great, thank you. I can start with 154. Thank you. Thanks a lot for your work, everyone. I mean, the fact that the surveillance and tech ordinance made number 5, that's really interesting. I'm surprised, or at the top, 7 or 8 anyway. Thank you for that. There's a lot of work to go. The surveillance ordinance and the Vision Zero things, traffic safety, cybersecurity, digital inclusion, I think was on that, or digital safety of somehow. That can all be wrapped up into one thing. And a lot of the items, of the 20 items yesterday, you could easily parse that off into about 4 or 5 sections and see exactly where things to go, which you've done here, which is, fairly nice. But in how you've connected a lot of things here, you can continue those connections within, the different sections. And that, all of that working together is hopeful. And as long as we're doing it, you can meld them together. And that's important and key to understand. And, I've described how you work on traffic, you work on, Vision Zero issues, and naturally surveillance and technology ordinance issues come up. And, it just works off of each other. Good luck in those connections and just building those connections. And that's the all boats can rise approach. And this is just a time of our human rights and our civil rights and a return of our worker rights. So this is the things we were working on before COVID-19. So, man, congratulations. Let's hope we can continue these good efforts and our sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Largent.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Scott Largent. Pretty much what I'm discussing today is the situation at many of these different encampments. And I understand what the roadmap's going on. I understand this stuff's a priority to kind of jump on right now. I live out here at Spring and Heading right now. I pretty much parked an RV here about 5 weeks ago. I was normally living in a van. I have a 30-foot motorhome out here. It is my home, and I'm able to have my visits with my daughter on Zoom. So it's a good environment on the corner right there at Spring and Heading. I have been able to experience things out here that just blow my mind. I am amazed that something like this can exist in Silicon Valley and why there's not more. The illegal dumping that goes on out here, these dumpsters were, of course, brought out here for the homeless. We didn't want everything to get dirty. Why are construction companies, U-Hauls, nice cars, they pull up and they dump all their trash? And that wasn't the purpose of those dumpsters. And our little rec center down there near Columbus Park, the meth addicts, now these are the worst of the worst. They have infiltrated the regular homeless community. But why have they torn down all the doors? Why do they have fires every night there with the fire department showing up? Are we waiting to just let these buildings burn down so we can run them through insurance and rebuild them? I don't really understand that. Why have we allowed all these different buildings to have extension cords, cables, meth labs? That's another interesting one. Why are we allowing all this? I know we kind of stood down for the period of COVID out here. It just seems like we could get more creative. And a lot of the good people out here that are working, some of them are sober, they don't want the homicides that are going on out here. They don't want the arson. They don't want the criminal element. Seems like you guys could really work with the unhoused community to clean everything up. And this could be everywhere. So thank you.
Thank you. The phone number ending in 8441.
Hello, my name is Molly McLeod. I am glad that I was following along and see that 3.5, the city roadmap, is up. I was waiting to comment on 3.3. So I'm getting my thoughts together. Basically, I think that a roadmap is a really good idea. And, you want it. So I am reminded of a conversation that I had in the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, and it was about where the roads and the highways are being changed into pedestrian pathways and gardens. And so, when we have at the end of a meeting a section about, park it in the parking lot, now we're thinking of put it in the bike lane or a garden. What's the imagery that we want? Is everybody using road? The access to transportation can't be taken for granted. And that's where having people with disabilities involved in the design of roads and mapping is really important in the beginning, the middle, and the end. Mapping is on my mind today. One of the city staff is meeting with Michelle, my friend, about mapping and on community-based organizations. And how do you share that information with people who are blind or have low vision? These are the types of things that many cities are wrestling with that private industry does. In fact, I went to AXCON last week, which was fabulous, about accessibility practices focused on the access for people with disabilities, both designers, makers, hackers, and users. The people power that's so important and is a top enterprise priority includes people with disabilities. And so as these roadmaps are being made, consider the extent to which people with visible and not visible disabilities are included in that process. Consider the marginalization, race, ethnicity, LGBTQ, language, so many different aspects of it. Are we having as broad a representation in these maps? What's the level of community engagement? A free resource I love, the Of, By, For All.
I'm sorry.
The city of San Jose could do pretty well, but isn't there all the way?
The time's
Is it the 11 seconds?
Thank you very much. All right, thank you. Michelle Mashburn.
I thank you to the city and staff for all the work that you guys have been doing and continue to do. I want to highlight again an issue that I know I'm getting known for speaking on here, but while I understand and realize that the access and functional needs is embedded deeper in that report, to not have the representation of people with disabilities on the forefront of that report, along with race, class, ethnicity, and the other important variables that exist in those inequities in our society, is possibly a loss. And it's important to have things be informed by and for the communities that are involved. And this just doesn't include disability, it includes access and functional needs communities, which are immigrants, elderly. How are all of these things serving that? Without having an office dedicated to these things, though, or without having a set staff dedicated to these things, the city is always going to fail in those measures. I, again, want to amplify that you guys are putting a lot of work. This is a positive step. Inclusion starts at the beginning and not at the end of a process. So hopefully the city can continue to embrace their desire to be inclusive of all demographics and all people and serve the city of San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you. Dahlia Rawson.
Hi there. I'm Dahlia Rawson. I'm the director of New Ballet in San Jose. And I just wanted to please ask you, I'm looking at this roadmap. It looks like a wonderful plan for getting back to vibrancy in downtown. I'm just asking that please you not forget about the arts institutions downtown. I don't see arts mentioned anywhere. Arts are essential to a healthy city, socially, economically, and emotionally. Your arts organizations, we're not forgetting about anyone in our community, and please don't forget about us. The last time we spoke around budgeting, you said you thought we needed to be grittier, and I just want to let you know that I think you have some of the grittiest arts organizations in the country in your city. My ballet company rehearsed in St. James Park when we lost the ability to rehearse inside during this pandemic. We've performed at Fountain Alley. I know all of our arts organizations are doing our very best to reach out to our full community here in San Jose. And we can be a part of the revitalization of downtown. So please don't forget about us. Thanks.
Thank you, Dahlia. Joshua Quigley, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. This is Josh Quigley, Policy Manager at Save the Bay, and I'd first like to just thank the council for the amount of time and effort that you all put into this process. I know that choosing priorities among this list must be similar to picking your favorite child, and so I don't envy you all. And I'd also like to thank the 5 members of the council and the mayor who yesterday voted in favor of prioritizing the urban greening proposal offered by Councilmember Davis. We're grateful that a majority of the council has endorsed this approach to prioritizing climate adaptation along with roadway safety, placemaking, and quality of life improvements for all San Jose residents. I wasn't completely clear after yesterday's meeting about whether the reallocation process of single vote items was going to be occurring. If that does happen today, I would respectfully ask that members, given the chance to reallocate votes who have not already supported the urban greening proposal, do so. You've heard me and our many allies speak at previous meetings about the reasons for adopting this proposal and why we believe it's important to do so now. I just reiterate that in addition to the urgency related to our changing climate and all of the ways that this plan can help protect residents from heat, poor air quality, and flooding, there is a significant financial reason to do so now. Transportation and infrastructure funding from the federal government, either through existing programs or potential infrastructure bill, is likely to look favorably on the types of multi-benefit climate and equity-focused projects that this plan is designed to identify. Outside investment is going to be key to make these projects a reality, but to get that, San Jose needs to have projects ready to compete. And to do that successfully will require community input and collaboration across departments. I recognize that this plan is not going to be added to the roadmap today, but by elevating it among the backlog items, it's now positioned to secure staff time as capacity becomes available in the future. So with that in mind, I'd just like to thank the council for supporting item RR5, the Urban Greening Initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to remind all of our speakers, members of the community, that we have in fact voted already on prioritization, just so everyone has a clear idea. I know that Mr. Quigley is aware of that. I just want to make sure everybody's aware that the voting on prioritization has happened. We did have public comment yesterday, but we're happy to hear any new comment you might have. Alex Kaufman?
Yeah, thanks. And thanks for that reminder, Mayor. I did really just raise my hand in order to just, I guess, ask a question, and maybe if the council is interested, because there was a point of a little bit of confusion for me. So maybe if the council wanted to ask staff to clarify this. I believe I heard Mr. Harkness say that for the items that got 6 or 7 votes, that are not added to the roadmap, that staff would continue working on them at a departmental level. Obviously, that's the case for those that were existing council priorities, but I wasn't clear on whether that meant that staff, given if the capacity is available, whether staff would then initiate some of these new items like the urban greening and the surveillance and so on. So that was just a question that I had, and I thought I would raise it in case that was something that council also was interested in. And obviously, I endorse everything that Josh Quigley just said as well. Thanks.
Thanks, Alice. We'll ask staff to respond after public comment. Sherry Burns?
Yeah, hi, Mayor. This is Christine Fitzgerald with Silicon Valley Independent Living Center. I couldn't
Christine.
agree more. Hi, how are you? Couldn't
Good.
agree more with Molly and Michelle. We definitely need to have a roadmap. Those of us with disabilities really do need to be included at the table as this process goes on. As you know, we often say nothing about us without us, and that is very true. And so much more can be done at the beginning rather than at the end. And I will say that for those of you who are not disabled, who's to say that that's going to be your continued health? God, I hope so, but at the same time, reality is there. So nothing about us without us has to be cross disability, has to be socially and equitably realized. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Scott? Richard, you appear to have a device that's muted right now.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Richard Scott. I am the former supervisor of the county mental health homeless team, the original homeless team. I still work. Thankfully, now I have my COVID vaccines. I can continue to work in the encampments. I want to applaud you for making the encampments and homelessness the #1 issue. It certainly is. My concern about the housing situation, what is talked about all the time about the housing situation, is developing housing, which is certainly extremely important. But more important at the moment is stabilizing the people that are unhoused now and giving them, helping to enhance their lives so that they can do something productive and reduce the amount of pressures they feel in terms of mental health. I know I go every Sunday to deliver coffee and food in St. James Park. It is incredible what is happening there. I know the police get thousands of calls a week regarding people who are methed out and abusive, but it's becoming a jungle, and I'm really concerned about that. But with regard to the encampments, I would hope that I want to commend the housing department on the work that they're doing. It seems to be quite enlightened, but I would like to have much more advanced notice of when sweeps are going to be done and what the policy around sweeps is, and that when a sweep is going to be done, that the city provide another place for the people to go if they're going to destroy the structures. There is no point in having people go willy-nilly all around the city. We could stop part of the problem by helping early encampments to develop properly. Thank you very much for listening to me. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, thank you to all the members of the community who came to speak both today and yesterday. Councilmember Prowse, did you want to continue?
Yeah, thank you very much. And just had a couple questions here. And I guess the first one is just clarification. And are we looking at, because I guess that was a plan before, are we looking at reallocating these items where there was one vote as the original staff memo had suggested, or no, are we just, or is the suggestion now just to leave this as is?
Yeah, the suggestion is to leave it as is. With the expansion to 10 points, you achieved all of the goals that we were hoping for out of the exercise, which is clearly identifying a top two and then giving us a strong sense of what would come next. We could certainly do the points reallocation, but our belief is that this actually gives us exactly what we needed out of the exercise. And if council agrees, we would be happy moving forward with this as the recommendation.
Okay, and the points reallocation there would, based on that original memo, was really just these items with 1 point, correct?
Yeah, what you would do is you reallocate these points up to here, with the idea being to more clearly identify who the top two were and what the backlog is. But as you can see, we feel like that's been well achieved. But so it'd be the reallocation of these approximately 8 points, I think.
Okay, I'm comfortable with leaving it as is personally, and I'll make a motion. But the other one is to forward Alice's question in regards to the new items that have now been up here. So the Boost San Jose retail sector and the surveillance ordinance. So just kind of curious, and then the referral that came through, like the urban greening.
Yeah, that's a very good question. And I think the basic answer is we would see these as coming next. With the ones that are already underway, I think that's pretty clear that, as I said, we continue with the departmental work as available. With the ones which aren't, the work is not underway, what I think we would do is we'd start by scoping it out, figuring out what it needs to happen, what the path is forward, and to see if there are any existing resources that could be deployed to that, to start that work at kind of a lower level of priority. So things like the other thing we would do with Boost San Jose retail sector is take a look and to see to what extent that can be incorporated with an existing item on the roadmap, which is one of the other next steps that we talk about. So we take a vigorous look at all of the items, sort of starting at item 7 and above, and make sure that work can continue, or if it hasn't started, have a sense of understanding of what it would take to get it started, and if possible, start it.
Okay. And then we had talked about it yesterday as well in regards to the budget message, which we will be describing next. There were 2 items, the airport connector and the resilience corps, which are now suggested in the mayor's budget. And we ultimately took those out of our consideration yesterday. When they were previously included, the intent from staff was still that the council would only identify 2 new items to add into the work plan. And if we hypothetically today and then ultimately at the end of the budget process approve the language that would include the airport connector and resilience corps, where do those fit in the work plan? Do they make their way onto the work plan? Do they make their way onto this list here? Just kind of curious.
Yeah, I think, and I'll look to Dave if he wants to add on to this, but I think the way that we've interpreted this is that, to the extent that those items get budgeted at a rate that allows us to move forward with them, since they were recommended for the roadmap, if the budget is approved with them and there's budget for them, then it makes sense in our mind to put them on the roadmap and to acknowledge them there. That does get us above the sort of 2 that we talked about, but that was, the reality was if there's budget, then we can sometimes do a bit more.
I guess the only thing I would add, just when looking at those 2 items specifically, the airport connector, I don't know if that item in itself would make its way onto the work plan. It's a departmental issue, and there's going to be many things in the budget that are like that. And certainly, maybe more than just DOT, but airport, but it's certainly not necessarily something that the entire organization is going to be kind of supporting and moving along. So that's my only caveat there. I anticipate there will be things that are approved in the budget that we will move forward, but they won't necessarily make their way onto the road map because they're just not of that nature.
Okay. That's semi-helpful. I guess what I would be really just interested in, and we can have this conversation next, and we can really have it in the next couple months about the budget, would be anything that we approve within the budget that is essentially new. And I just using these examples because they're just obviously the two, examples that we talked about yesterday. They were actual official proposals, and we took them off the list, but we knew that we were going to be discussing them within the budget. I would be concerned that if we did approve other concepts like these or these ones, or even more in the budget, I would be concerned that then, where they fit into the roadmap, are they bumping the work of other things? Because as we know, not everything is just about budgeting, right? It's about staff time and capacity. And that's, Dave, you laid that out, right, very clearly to us yesterday in regards to, that there's a limit, right? It's not all budgetary limits, right? It's a limit of staff time. And so that's the only thing really I'm interested and concerned about. I think that's all what ifs right now because we don't know what we're going to approve in the budget. But maybe after the budget, discussions and before we actually approve the final budget, I would just like to have that be part of the conversation where maybe you bring back this roadmap and you just say, based on your, the budget that you're about to approve, this would be what it would look like. We'd add this one item or two items into the roadmap. Other ones, as Dave just pointed out, maybe they don't even make the roadmap. They don't have that implication. And if, let's say there was a handful of them, then maybe you can let us know if it did have any implications on bumping, any other work simply because of staff time. So that's it. It's really a lot of hypotheticals at the moment because we just don't know exactly what we're going to be approving next. But as far as the work that we've done to date, it was a very iterative process. Thank you to staff for being flexible with us on the council. We came to a couple different conclusions as we worked our way through it, and I think that what we've concluded with here, I think suffice it to say, is something that I'm willing to accept without asking for any other redistribution or recycle or continuing the process. So I'll move approval of the conclusion here of the roadmap.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other comments before we vote? Okay. So now we're voting to approve what we already voted for. Let's vote.
Inez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Aye.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so that completes our work on item 3.1, 3.5. Dave, do you have anything more to report on 3.1?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, great. All right, that brings us to item 3.3, which is the beginning of our budget process, the fiscal year 21-22 Mayor's March budget message. And I want to thank all my colleagues for your input that you provided through the process prior to the time that Brown Acts formed, when we were taking input from everyone. It was very helpful, and really want to thank Jim Shannon and everybody on his team, Bonnie and everybody on their team for their collaborative work, and particularly thank Nick Almeida on our team, who does an awful lot of the heavy lifting, I think, as many of you know, to get us to this point. I just want to give a highlight level description of what we've proposed in this budget message. And then we will go to public comment and a council comment as well. There's not a secret here that we've got something of an unusual situation, a very substantial budget deficit at the same time that we have this, some might call a windfall from the federal government in the form of American Relief Plan. And we certainly celebrate the windfall, but we don't celebrate much because we know that this deficit is an ongoing challenge, and the ARP provides us with one-time money. And so it's incumbent upon us to be vigilant and continue to be vigilant. As I heard from my mayoral colleagues throughout the country describing the deficits they were grappling with, I recognize first how grateful I am that as a city we have pulled together, the council, city manager's office, and everyone to really do everything we could to build up reserves during the good times and to tighten our belts so that we wouldn't put the workforce and our residents through the whiplash of what we've seen in past recessions when we have severe cuts, layoffs, and dramatic reductions in services. And so, it's in that spirit that I really want to continue to put money aside for what we know are going to be tough days ahead. We know that we all hope that this recovery is rapid, but I think we all know that there are industries that are not going to recover for some considerable period of months or years, if at all. And that means a lot of people are going to be displaced. That's going to have huge impacts on us in terms of services we need to provide to them and their families, as well as to our overall level of revenues. And so the end of the budget message is where I want to start, where I propose we set aside $80 million for the deficits ahead. And we recognize we are going to have some ongoing deficit because I don't expect we're going to cut the budget by $50 million in an ongoing way in this cycle. I think we all are hoping that this one-time batch of funds from the federal government is going to provide us something of a bridge that will get us to a more sustainable path. And we hope with some economic recovery will restore revenues so that we won't need to make those painful cuts. And we can do that if we're careful. That is, we'll do some trimming now, but certainly putting money aside so that we will have dollars in what may be tough years ahead. Beyond that, there are three basic priorities of this budget message. First, that we do all we can to support our community toward an equitable recovery, that it's not enough to simply have a new normal after this pandemic, but we want a better normal because we've seen how recoveries and recessions have gone in the past. And all too often, the gap between those who do well and do poorly only widens. And certainly what we saw after 2008. And so we're critically, really hyper-focused on making sure this recovery is an equitable one. Secondly, really going back to basics on ensuring that we have a clean and safe city. That is what we're hearing overwhelmingly from our residents, all corners of our city, that they want the trash picked up, they want a safer city, and there's a lot of work we need to do to get there as we emerge from this pandemic in the months ahead. And finally, of course, a crisis that will be with us well beyond this pandemic is that of homelessness, and that is the third focus. So within those three categories, equitable recovery, clean and safe city, and homelessness, I have a set of proposed programs, initiatives, and expansions of different programs, very much relying upon the one-time funding the federal government has made available, recognizing that we need to be very focused on those programs we actually think we can continue to sustain with ongoing money, and use the one-time money for those things that we think are urgent priority that we recognize may not be funded well beyond this year if the money is not available. So with regard to the topic of equitable recovery, I think many of you are well aware, and thank you to my colleagues who came out to speak in support of the launch of a resilience corps. I know that an awful lot of staff thinking has been done around this already, and I thank Jeff Rester and his team for the thinking and hard work he has done to figure out how we can do this, relying on FEMA reimbursements to support important operations like vaccination and testing centers, but now using federal money from the American Recovery Plan, if the council approves this, to support a whole lot of other critical tasks employing our young women and men, particularly young adults, I should say. That's the focus. It's not exclusively the focus, but that is a focus. Helping young women and men who want to serve our community. We are in, unfortunately, a deeply divided time, but one thing that does unite us as Americans is the notion of service. We honor those who served our country. We honor those who served during this pandemic. And I know that many young women and men feel that call to service and want to help. And we want to give them the opportunity and provide them with living wage jobs to do it. And so whether it is helping to address the learning loss that so many youth are facing and helping perhaps a starving college student get into a part-time or full-time job and supporting after school learning or summer learning for young children, or in supporting the work of Climate Corps, which we were the pilot city in launching with Governor Newsom in his statewide initiative on Climate Corps to help improve our resilience to all the impacts of climate change. And we know that they're all around us, the wildfires, the drought, the rising sea level. And so there's an awful lot of work that can be done. And I want to thank Josh Friday and the governor's team for their support of our efforts here in San Jose and launching the Climate Corps here. But we know there's a lot more that can be done, particularly if we have young women and men willing to engage in that work, whether it's clearing defensible space from homes that may be in peril, to ensuring that all of our seniors and those who may have disabilities have adequate fire and smoke alarms, to ensuring that we are planting trees in heat islands throughout our city, particularly in many of our neighborhoods that are least affluent, where we also see the least trees and we have the greatest need for fresh air. And then, of course, a lot of work in beautifying and cleaning the city that needs to be done. And we've got a lot of partners like Guadalupe River Park Conservancy and others that are eager to see how could we engage more people through existing partnerships such as the Conservation Corps to help us clean and beautify our city at a time when we know the pandemic is certainly taking its toll. So the Resilience Corps, I know, will be a topic for us for additional conversation in the weeks ahead as Jeff and his team are putting all this together if the council approves it. But I'd like to believe we can offer some leadership here to the rest of the country. We have been engaged with officials at the White House. President Biden did include mention of a corps that could be used for climate protection activities and efforts in his message that came out in January on the topic. What we have heard very clearly from White House officials is they want to see cities get out there and try this and pilot it and see how it works. And we will be actively engaged, particularly in the next infrastructure bill, to see if there's additional federal money that can be made available to make this a more sustainable program beyond the one-time money that we have here with the American Recovery Plan. I'm part of a coalition of 24 mayors now from the largest cities in the country, Republican and Democratic, who are supporting a resilience corps. And so we'll continue to advocate for that at the federal level and also at the state level. I'm grateful again for the partnership with the governor's team. There are other elements, of course, of equitable recovery that are critically important. I know with Resilience Corps, we really want to focus on getting young adults employed. I should just mention this. Those adults who are coming from many of our hardest hit neighborhoods, our communities that have struggled the most. What we know about young adults in particular is that they are suffering unemployment at twice the rate of the rest of the workforce. And they provide us with an extraordinary opportunity at the same time that we know so many are suffering with great need. And this is where we can make need opportunity. If I can briefly talk about the other elements, this portion of the message, I think many are aware that there's a proposed airport connector that we've been working on for some time. Figure out are there alternative technologies that can be used? What we are hearing from the private sector is that there is interest in building a connector without investment of public money or without significant investment of public money. This is an opportunity we ought to explore given the longstanding challenge we've had in getting this project moving forward. An airport connector to Minetta International was actually approved by 70% of the voters in the year 2000 on Measure A. I know that because I happened to work on that measure to get it passed. It was one of many projects, including BART and light rail and other projects that were approved by the voters. But I think, as we all know, we went through a couple of recessions and the funding has not really been there for all the projects. And so we have to think more creatively, and this is our opportunity. We need some money in the budget to be able to pay for some consultants and legal support to be able to get that work underway quickly. If we take advantage of, I think, what we hear now in the private sector, a lot of interest. And so the idea is to try to move quickly now to take advantage of that interest. And then obviously there'll be a lot of discussion publicly and with the council about how and where and whether we move forward. But getting an RFP out there is the first step, and we want to get to the starting line. And then, of course, a host of programs related to small business support. We know that is the lifeblood of our economy, particularly many of the immigrant-led businesses that comprise the majority of our small businesses. The Alfresco initiative, I thank Councilmember Davis for encouragement to make that permanent. We want to put some additional funding to that to at least extend the duration of that program. A lot of work needs to be done on storefront activation. We know we see that in all of our communities, as well as the recent grant we received on small business and manufacturing recovery. A great opportunity for us, I think, to really invest in small business manufacturing that will get people back to work at a time when, the true rates of unemployment are far greater than what we're seeing. I'm sorry? Okay, we'll just ask if everyone could please mute their mics. Thank you. We know that the true rates of unemployment are far higher than what we're seeing reported in the official statistics. And so it's very important for us to get folks back to work in our small businesses and manufacturing as quickly as possible. So there are other elements there, educational opportunity programs we have long invested in, as well as a new program called San Jose Aspires. And the ability to partner with many community partners on summer learning loss is going to be really important, and I think our Resilience Corps could play a great role in that. And then, of course, the use of data and ensuring that we have equitable budgeting. So there are many elements to that portion of the budget. Happy to discuss in greater detail as they arise in the minds of my colleagues. And then the second general subject area is around being a cleaner and safer city. And I think we all know and we see every day the impacts of this pandemic and longstanding challenges we've had in a variety of areas around illegal dumping, around the fact that we have thousands of human beings living outside. That has obvious impacts on our ability to maintain a city that is clean and safe. And so our efforts with Beautify ESJ simply need more resources. There's no question. There's an awful lot of work that's being done. And it's being done by people who are very hardworking, because I'm out there seeing them. The last 2 Saturdays I've been out with the Beautify teams, and they're doing great work with the community, and they're working very hard, but they simply need more resources in order to accomplish more. And, we've got ongoing programs that we have launched in partnership with unhoused residents that I think are terribly important for us to continue to invest in and to expand. Specifically, the San Jose Bridge program, which has employed dozens of unhoused residents, giving them an opportunity to get back on their feet. And for 21 of those residents so far, get permanent jobs with other employers. That is really the point of all this, to help them transition to housing and to permanent jobs. And then, of course, the Cash for Trash program, which now engages 125 unhoused residents with reimbursable MasterCards that they can use for food and necessities. They're restricted in how they're able to use that money only for their necessities. But what we're seeing is that this is providing a pathway for us to develop relationships with unhoused residents in our encampments, including some of those who may have been service resistant before, who are now more interested and willing to engage with the city, obviously to help clean up the encampments, but also to engage with us on receipt of critical services they need. The most important, of course, being housing. There are also calls for investment in the SJ 311 efforts to ensure that we can really leverage the energy of our residents toward helping us maintain a clean city and a safe city. Efforts to focus on, for example, illegal dumping, expansion of the SOAR program, which I believe has been very successful. It simply is not in enough locations for it to be as effective as we'd all like. And efforts to really reclaim our parks, beginning with the Guadalupe River Park, which we know has been a central focus. And we know we've got a mandate from the FAA that tells us that we cannot have human beings living in that airport approach area. That is not our decision. That is the federal decision. It's one that we have to comply with. And so certainly we need to ensure that unhoused residents can be treated with dignity and respect, and hopefully with a pathway to getting them housing. And certainly the project Councilmember Perales and I are working on nearby will help with emergency housing, but we also need to embark on a much more robust effort to restore that park to one that will be welcoming and inviting to everyone in the community, and where everyone will feel safe. And of course, a variety of safety initiatives as well. And I won't go into those because I know the hour is getting late. What I do want to say, and finally in the topic of homelessness, obviously we have a lot more work to do to address the scourge of homelessness that too many of our residents suffer from. And if there is anything about this pandemic that we can look at with any sense of gratitude, I think it has forced all of us to reckon with challenges that have been longstanding in our communities, but have been really brought to the surface and forced us into action in various ways. And certainly we've seen that around issues of race, issues of policing, but certainly with homelessness as well. And I'm very proud of the work that the Housing Department has done with a lot of nonprofit partners, with the county, with the Housing Authority, and many others, to rapidly rehouse more than 1,700 unhoused residents into permanent housing and get more than 3,000 into shelter. I'm also very proud of the great work that Housing and Public Works have done on these emergency housing communities that have been built rapidly, cost effectively, ensuring that people can have dignified, safe housing. And certainly the project along Guadalupe could be another exemplary project that can help get folks off the street to safety. And we hope perhaps with additional help with a bridge type program that we are already deploying, actually have unhoused residents participating in a jobs program as well, helping to clean and beautify and repair the Guadalupe River Park. There's also a provision to encourage funding to get planning work done to accelerate efforts of churches to convert public, quasi-public land where appropriate for 100% affordable housing. Very much appreciate the efforts of Cathedral of Faith and Pastor Ken Foreman and other churches as well that want to step up and be part of the solution to our homelessness crisis and are willing to use their parking lots to be part of that solution. And then of course, ADUs, we are recognizing are an important part of the general solution to our affordable housing crisis. We have seen great success in a very short period of time. We have seen the number of ADUs that have been permitted and built go up from a couple dozen about 5 years ago to more than 400. In 2019, the last time we had a full year to be able to work on it without a pandemic. And that's really important progress that is capturing notice of a lot of other partners who want to partner with the city. And I know because we're talking to tech companies now about exciting partnerships that can really help us scale this to provide both a greater supply of housing, but also a greater supply of affordable housing with backyard homes and alternate dwelling units. And I appreciate the work that Rosalind and everyone on her team have done to help accelerate the effort. We still have a lot of challenges in the process because of resources. And so we need to invest resources in the ADU LI position and other places to ensure we can continue to move quickly. And then of course, we'll continue to have discussions. I know in a couple of weeks, we'll be coming back to council to talk about how we're going to better manage encampments. I proposed a couple of funding initiatives, both around public restrooms and expanding SOAR sites. I think there's no question that we need to do something to ensure that there is a dignified place for human beings to take care of their biological needs. And we know that this is not a cheap or easy solution, but we need to at least start to try. And I'd like to believe that with a pilot project that actually employs unhoused residents as part of the solution, that we could get there. And we've seen some example of that in other parts of the country. And I'm hopeful that with some funding, we can make that happen as well, using the San Jose Bridge or similar model. So thank you for everyone for putting up with that very long presentation. I'm happy to answer questions. I do want to make quick note of two memoranda that came from two of my colleagues. One on utility costs. I would like to invite, if Carrie Romanow is on the line. I don't know that San Jose Muni has yet announced the radio. Oh, Jeff Provenzano. Okay, Jeff, thank you. Jeff, can you articulate just for us the San Jose Muni water rates? I know we've had some discussions about San Jose Water Company. Has there been any pronouncement about rates that Muni will be seeking?
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Jeff Provenzano. I'm a Deputy Director in ESD. One of the utilities I'm responsible for is municipal water system. And no, it's a great question. Typically, we send out a notice, Mayor, around the end of April. This year, we're going to be a little bit more proactive in looking at some of the costs and impacts coming our way to send a notice out at the end of March. And we're working on that timeline now. This kind of came up a little bit sooner than we had anticipated coming forward to council. Not only will the rate notices go out, but we are anticipating bringing forward an info memo for council's benefit too, to hopefully answer some of the questions. No, we're definitely got a little bit caught off guard. We're about 2 weeks ahead of where we thought we would be, but we're glad to be here, and hopefully we can answer any other questions.
Okay, and my understanding is about half of the rate increase that Muni Water is considering is attributable to actually wholesale rate increases from Valley Water. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so appreciate the memorandum from Councilmember Arenas and happy to support that as part of this, whatever motion gets made. I think it is important for us to raise this topic with Valley Water since they are ultimately the wholesaler that provides the source. And I believe 6% of the 11% rate increase is attributable ultimately to that wholesale increase. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct, especially for the Evergreen area. They are the ones served by that water supply. So of that 11%, it's really a revenue adjustment. And that is then parsed out by different customers and service areas. And it's actually the Evergreen area that will bear the brunt of most of that revenue requirement. And it's solely, majority is attributed to the wholesale rate increase for that area.
Okay, thank you. So I know we'll be exploring that. I think we have a joint meeting set up with Valley Water, and I'm sure that will be a topic of important discussion. And then there's also a memorandum from two colleagues, council members Esparza and Arenas, and I generally support that memorandum. There are just two issues I would raise. On number one, with regard to the specific measure that's used, I suspect we'll ultimately all agree that what we really want to do when we talk about high need neighborhoods, of course, is to focus on neighborhoods most impacted by poverty. But I wanted to ask Kip if the city manager's office had an opportunity to evaluate all the options of measures to evaluate which census tracts, census blocks, zip codes, whatever, are of highest need, and what measures the city would like to utilize for ensuring that we have equitable approaches to budgeting.
I don't think we have a definitive answer yet. I'll just say a couple of things really quickly. I did have a chance to look at the memorandum. The data set that's recommended is quite a good data set. It's very robust and is one that provides a lot of information around poverty and concentrations of poverty. There are a couple of things top line with it that would create concerns for it being the sole determinant of where we focus. It's at specifically it's at the census tract level. which is better than the zip code in terms of refinement, but still misses a lot of our smaller neighborhoods that are pockets of poverty. In particular, I got into the methodology last night and the GIS viewer, and it would bypass neighborhoods such as Greater Gardner, the Horseshoe neighborhood. It would bypass Hoffman Viamonte. It would bypass Cadillac neighborhood, and I know that's not the intent. So I think from a staff perspective, we've managed to develop an extremely strong geographic information system capability over the last 4 years. In particular, we now have 736 data sets specific to San Jose, everything from where the aggressive dogs are to where encampments need cleanup. And I think we would certainly welcome direction to explore and come back to council with what should our focus be for place-based work that takes into account race, equity, poverty, impacts of COVID, but we'd be a little hesitant with moving with any one metric without having had the chance to fully evaluate it and see which neighborhoods add our local knowledge into it to make sure that it truly represents our local picture.
Thank you, Kip. So I would just ask then, assuming we adopt that memorandum, that we would consider giving staff the space, bringing back various options for identifying what our high need or high poverty neighborhoods are for purposes of whatever budget targeting we may be doing. It may vary depending on the funding source and the outcome we're trying to seek. And then paragraph 3 of that memorandum relates to referring any items in the mayor's budget that have no budgetary impact to the rules process for council consideration. I would invite council members Esparza and Reyes to identify those items because I know that there may be varying interpretations about what does or does not have budgetary impact. And I suspect it would probably be good for us to identify which items those are that they would like to have referred to rules. Some may in fact not even need to be referred to rules, and some may need to be depending on the context. And so I would just invite them to identify those items so then we can be explicit together about what is getting dealt with in this message and what is getting pushed off. So I think I have said more than enough. Dave, did you want to add, anybody on your team add anything before we go to public comment?
No, thank you, Mayor. We're ready for public comment.
Okay, great. I know we have many members of the community who would like to speak. I'm told, I know there's one person I'd like to take out of order because I understand the governor's office has asked if Josh Lord could speak on the governor's behalf. So I'll ask Mr. Lord if we could ask him to speak, and then we'll go to everyone in the community. I know Mr. Lord needs to be racing off because they've got some issues they're dealing with right now.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Josh Lord, Director of External Affairs for California Volunteers. And our office is charged with fostering civic engagement and service in the state. I want to start by thanking the council and the mayor. San Jose has been a leader in service and civic engagement, and very excited to see you continue to explore ways to innovate in that space. As the mayor mentioned earlier, the Resilience Corps proposal is based somewhat on our Climate Action Corps. And so I wanted to take this opportunity to just briefly lay out the Climate Action Corps for the council. We have 63 members serving throughout the state, primarily in 5 pilot cities. San Jose is one of those pilot cities, and there are 13 members currently serving. These are fellows who are working both with the city and community-based organizations, gaining valuable skills during the pandemic. And we think that that partnership of placing core members with CBOs and the city is a really unique way to enhance service and meet community needs. Our fellows are doing quite a bit of work around community engagement and building the capacity of both the city and community-based organizations to better serve community needs. And we are, of course, well aware that while climate is certainly a pressing and existential challenge for cities, it's not the only challenge that cities face. And so very excited to see the council consider how that sort of model could be expanded to serve other community needs. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Raimundo Espinosa. Thank you, Raimundo, for your leadership at Gardner.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for allowing me to speak today, and thank you for your foresight to deal with the issues that are impacting our community. I just wanted to really ask your support for the Resilience Corps. It's time to get back to work. I mean, a job makes a big difference in a person's life, and anything you can do to really help, especially young people, get back to work would be greatly appreciated. We could use them, you know, in terms of helping out with the vaccination process, or outgoing and outreaching to people to get them vaccinated. You know, and just really, I mean, that was the biggest issue that we faced when we first COVID first hit. We saw the faces of the folks that we serve totally devastated because they could not work, and I think this is a great effort, a great effort to get us back on track.
Thank you, Raimundo, and thank you for the work of your team. Mark Seeger.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Mark Seeger, and I'm the founder and CEO of a company called Glideways, and it's an honor for me to speak to you today and thank you all for doing what you do. We are a flexible, rapid transit technology company based in the Bay Area, and we are here today to urge your support for the Mayor's recommendation to allocate one-time funds for an RFQ for the Diridon Station to Airport Connector project. We support the city's efforts to consider transformative transit projects to allow San Jose residents to thrive without a reliance on more cars. A connector from the airport to Diridon Station is critical to enable travelers from all over the world to arrive here in San Jose, the heart of Silicon Valley, with techno-style and seamlessly connect our downtown to jobs and to a robust transit hub with BART, Caltrain, and Amtrak. We competed in the city's RFI in 2019 because we think this is an incredibly important project for the future of San Jose and Silicon Valley as a whole, and we would welcome the opportunity to compete in any future RFQ to take the next step in this important project. And also, this kind of large-scale project will come at a perfect time to support the post-COVID economic recovery and will provide hundreds of good, well-paying jobs for San Jose residents. So with that in mind, thank you for your time and for your consideration of our views. We're excited at the prospects before us.
Mayor, we can't hear you right now if you're trying to speak. Oh, there we go. I can hear you now.
I'll call the next person, Jason Baker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jones. My name's Jason Baker, and I lead the Transportation, Health, and Housing portfolios for the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. On behalf of SVLG, I call in today to express our support for the Mayor's proposal for an RFQ for an airport connector. The Silicon Valley Leadership Group represents hundreds of Silicon Valley's most respected employers in issues, programs, and campaigns that affect the economic quality of life in Silicon Valley. Collectively, Leadership Group members provide nearly 1 out of 3 private sector jobs in Silicon Valley and contribute more than $3 trillion to the global economy. The Leadership Group has led or co-led every transportation measure in Santa Clara County dating back to 1984, including most recently Measure RR, which was fun and exciting, to save and expand Caltrain. We asked the City Council to explore the San Jose Airport Connector, which will accelerate the opportunity for the city to take advantage of job creation, which we could use now, stimulate our economy, and make our transportation system better connected. In closing, I'll add that we at the Leadership Group are also determined to stand side by side with the city on another item mentioned in the Mayor's budget message, BART Phase 2. We're ready to continue to work with San Jose to make sure the message that BART Phase 2 is a critical priority for the region is heard at the federal, state, and local level. Thank you all for your time and for your service to the city and to the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Blair.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thank you. very much for the mayor's budget this year. Michelle Mashburn spoke a few minutes ago, and I'm really interested in. She offered interesting words. I thought we're in an era that I used to be able to was really trying to address the ideas of human rights, civil rights, and worker rights in order to build a positive, sustainable future. With COVID, the ideas of equity and reimagine have really come on. And I think those can speak to those former terms that I use that we're doing again. And it's nice. And I think we're noticing that. And so thank you. The mayor mentioned ideas of an equitable budget plan. Using the ideas of equity, that's really smart and nice. And I know that Councilperson Perales last year at this time mentioned these sort of ideas, and it's a really interesting way to work a budget and to create a budget. And people like Councilperson Perales and others, they can offer a real weight to what equity can mean in forming budget ideas. So thank you for that. About the you're going to have upcoming subsidy issues with, say, community electricity and water. Don't be shy of those things. And if it's possible, maybe we could introduce a subsidy plan that works from within city government of San Jose. And they, instead of going to the CPUC, San Jose can run the program itself. And with 15 seconds, with sideshow issues and stuff like that, learn to invite the sideshow community to ACLU ideas and CARE and CAIR ideas, CARE. Bring them into the process, and when you'll be discussing these issues, it'll bring a community harmony that's really good. Thanks.
Thank you, Blair. Forgive me, are people that hear me at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Person with the phone number ending 3345. My apologies, I had a problem with my mic. Whoever's calling on 3345, I'm sorry, your phone appears to be muted. I think you dial *6. Is that right, Henry? To get it.
That's right, *6.
There we go.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Sorry,
Welcome.
This is Jennifer Maluta. It took me a little operator error there on my part. Sorry. This is Jennifer Maluta with San Jose State University, with 36,000 students and nearly 4,300 employees over 19 city blocks in the heart of downtown. San Jose State is an essential part in the economic, cultural, and social development of San Jose and Silicon Valley. The university and the city have a long history of successful partnerships that are both mutually beneficial and transformative. We support the Resiliency Corp and what it could mean for our students and their families. The jobs and paid internships that our students need and rely on are not available in the same numbers as they were pre-pandemic. This impacts not only their career pathway, but also their ability to provide for their basic needs month to month. That's why the university is here today and ready to partner on this effort. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Catherine Hedges.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much. My concern today is that San Jose just does not have the level of support for people with disabilities that other major cities do, and we desperately need an Office of Disability Affairs. It seems like disability issues are just so sadly neglected, and maybe somebody will have an afterthought. Maybe there is a standard footer on things about requesting accommodations, but so many policies just are designed in ways that need to have disability related input earlier in the process, because people without disabilities just, don't have the perspective to know what's needed. So I strongly support the recreation actually of an Office of Disability Affairs or Services, whatever the title is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thomas Holden. Welcome. Mr. Holden, it appears your device is also muted. Could you try to unmute your device? We're not able to hear you yet, Mr. Holden. Mr. Holden, if you're trying to talk right now, we can't hear you. What we may do, it appears there's a problem with the device. So if you're able to work it out, just go ahead and throw your hand back up and we'll call you in order. My apologies for the challenge. Person with the phone number 5140.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Hey, you're not going to have a budget if you don't open up the city and start making things a little bit better. You know, I'm in the Las Vegas airport right now. Yeah, I even do this on my vacations, people. And I'm looking at a vibrant airport where you can, like, buy cocktails and bring them in the waiting room of the airport, the boarding area. Your airport in San Jose, you know what it looks like? It looks like crap. It looks like something that, like, you would imagine in, I don't know, in Eastern Europe in the 1970s. The only difference is you got a bunch of transgender and other flags hanging up. It's disgusting. It's boring. It's gray. It's socialist. It looks terrible. I'm in a vibrant airport. I'm having a good time right now. You guys should be ashamed of yourselves how you're running that city. Boarded up everything. I mean, that airport, can you imagine arriving into San Jose International Airport, i.e. Mineta? How depressing that place is. It looks terrible. Once again, you guys should be ashamed of yourselves how you run this city. It's awful. Can you imagine Las Vegas is doing a better job? All of you need to look at yourself in the mirror and say, wow, we're doing a really lousy job. I mean, Sam, you need to get your act together and go to the county and make sure people are prosecuting these people who are assaulting Asian and Pacific Islander people. It's awful what's happening, but you don't know what to do. You know, you think you're Bobby Kennedy or something like that. You're a horrible mayor, and everyone in that city council should look at each other and say, wow, we're doing a really lousy job of running this city. I'm going to fly into this town this afternoon, and I'm not looking forward to walking through that great.
Thank you. On that bright note, Alex Shore, welcome.
I can guarantee you this note will be brighter. A lot of good items in the budget, and forgive me, Council and Mayor, for focusing on one or two.
Hey, Alex, you just cut out. You still there?
Still here. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
There's a really neat trend happening in local government that we're starting to see, especially here in the Bay Area. Praise to the San Jose Department of Transportation for creating an equity task force with 6 to 10 community leaders who are providing input on how to create a more equitable equitable transportation plan. Seeing San Mateo County hiring nonprofits and faith-based organizations to help with their community engagement about climate resiliency. The city of San Jose last year, the OED hired 6 to 7 organizations, including Catalyze SV, to help with community engagement around Diridon. All of those examples in the last year of governments tapping into the existing community leaders and the existing community-based organizations that are already here to help talk to and inform public decision-making. So I'm calling today, as you can guess, as the ED on behalf of Catalyze SV, want to thank the mayor for highlighting the ability of community-based organizations like ours to partner with city departments like the planning department to help do community engagement, to build that bridge as government makes decisions and build trust in you all and the institutions you help run. So thanks, Mayor Liccardo. As always, we stand ready to support the city in any way we can to make an inclusive and collaborative community engagement process in San Jose.
Thank you, Alex. Jason Sue.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Before I go into my comment, I do want to mention that the comment before regarding our transgender community and especially our transgender women on Women's History Month, I find extremely offensive. And for anyone who is out there listening, you belong, you are seen, and I'm sorry you have to deal with this. And I'll stop there. Again, my name is Jason Su. I'm the Executive Director of the Guadalupe River Park Conservancy. We provide community leadership for the active use and development of the Guadalupe River Park. I voice my support for the mayor's March budget message, particularly Beautify San Jose, more park rangers, transitional housing, and the Resilience Corps, along with many others. This message hits the nail on the head with the need to look at holistic solutions that meet multiple community priorities, and we look forward to helping get this plan into action. Thank you all for your consideration.
Thank you, Jason. Marianne Salas. Marianne, I'm going to embarrass you by thanking you and Carl and Jim Slaw and many others who organized that incredible cleanup just on Saturday. Marianne?
Hi, and thanks for taking my comments. Obviously, I'm here in support of the budget, particularly as it pertains to the Guadalupe River Park corridor. And I know that myself and my husband, Carl Salas, will continue to match your efforts and funds with our own. I'm also a landlord at the border of San Jose State University, and for probably the dozenth time, I had to pick up human excrement off of my property. You know, not serving the homeless is, everyone's traumatized by it, the homeless as well as the housed. And, you know, I hope we continue fighting for the rights of everyone to enjoy the quiet enjoyment of public and private spaces. Thanks very much for all you're doing, and keep it up.
Thank you, Marianne. Nicole Adras, welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, yeah.
Okay. Hi, this is Nicole Andreas. I'm the Vice Chair of the Neighborhoods Commission. Thank you all for your service. First, our airport flags are great, and our airport is great. Let me get that out of the way.
Thank you.
Sure. Calling to reference this section of the budget letter, Clean, Safe, and Livable City, and specifically give feedback on behalf of myself and feedback I've learned from my service as the Vice Chair of the Neighborhoods Commission. As we all know, illegal dumping, blight, trash, litter is out of control. People are walking out from their shelter in place or walking out into the world really disheartened in their experience of their own neighborhoods, and really, really want to see action, and they really want to see a plan, and they really want to see resources placed into the plan to clean up illegal dumping. As we know, it's expanded. Homelessness has always been sort of scapegoated as part of the illegal dumping story. People really now see it's a much broader issue, and they really, really want more funding and more action and more results in cleaning up illegal dumping. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Richard Wong, welcome.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council member. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm one of the members of the Neighborhood Commission as well for District 3. Although I'm happy to hear the issue of crime, resources, opportunity in San Jose, I feel strongly that the growing damage of stain and scar we see in our city are only the symptom of a bigger problem in our community. In order to make a meaningful impact, we must address the root causes in unemployment, mental health, and homelessness. As I said in a recent communication with Councilman Mahan, dealing with COVID-19 pandemic coupled with the dysfunctions in the political arena, it has stalled our progress. Nevertheless, we must move forward, working together to achieve significant and attainable solutions. In my opinion, we need to start at the neighborhood level with revitalizations of a neighborhood commission. Replace some of our current strategy and find programs that we could work together within the city of San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you. Deb?
Hi, I'm Deb Kramer with Keep Coyote Creek Beautiful, and thank you for the opportunity to share my comments on the mayor's March budget message, which I support. I also want to let you know that I appreciate how difficult times are for the city to allocate not only scarce dollars, but also limited staff to implement the business of running a city of 1 million residents. I'm in strong support of the concept of the Resilience Corps, especially based on the targeted youth who desperately need to start their young adult lives with meaningful and necessary work at a modest wage. The program will provide a living wage, community connections, and training. I know that people feel useful when they have a job, a sense of self-esteem, and these attributes can help people rise up. The Resilience Corps can do just that for our young adults. I also want to mention that I'm in strong support of Beautify SJ. If there's one thing I've learned in my 6 years of working to create a vibrant Coyote Creek for all to enjoy, is that the people in San Jose I've worked with really care about their communities and the health of them. The Clean, Safe, and Livable City priority includes the Beautify SJ program that we've worked with closely. And the staff are an amazing extension of our volunteer efforts. This program needs to be expanded financially so additional staff can be available to assist more community-led projects, such as our weekend cleanups. In particular, I'd like to highlight Olympia Williams, who has been consistently supportive of rallying the various departments together to provide the needs of participants of the program, and would be able to best serve the community by having the software tools and staff coordination across the city to make hosting a cleanup fluid for all of us. I also just want to give a little bit of props to maybe getting some marketing tools from the city so that organization like ours can help spread programs under Beautify SJ. And I strongly support filling the empty park ranger positions. Parks are an integral fabric of community building. Keep Coyote Creek Beautiful will continue to help the city of San Jose be a clean and healthy one with all people participating in these efforts. We support the Resilience Corps and the Beautify SJ program and hope that they will grow and become a fabric of the city's operations. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Deb, and thanks for all the work that you do through Keep Coyote Creek Beautiful. Frank Nguyen.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor, and good afternoon, council members. My name is Frank Wing. I am the owner of Academic Coffee and a board member for the Downtown Association. I wanted to express my support, particularly for continuing the alfresco program for as long as possible, and for increased foot traffic, increased foot patrols in our downtown. As a small business in downtown, we've seen numerous break-ins, daytime robberies, vandalism, and other crimes happen on a regular basis to our neighbors and ourselves. An increase in foot patrols would definitely help in making patrons feel safer in our city. And we actually don't participate in the alfresco program, but we've seen how beneficial it is to our neighbors. And when the alfresco program has been going on, it keeps our streets alive, and it keeps our neighborhoods vibrant, and it benefits everybody, whether they're part of it or not. Thank you, and we hope that goes on for as long as possible.
Thanks, Frank. Kevin McClellan.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Kevin McClellan. I'm an owner of a local small business, Leeward Financial and Insurance Services. I live in District 3, work in District 6, and I serve as the chair for the Silicon Valley Organization Small Business Issues Committee. The Silicon Valley organization has organized over 150 letters in support of Mayor Sam Liccardo's budget message, demonstrating the groundswell of grassroots support for small businesses and restaurants. In particular, thank you to Councilmember Dev Davis for introducing the Alfresco Forever policy. We know the COVID-19 pandemic has devastated restaurants and small businesses. The road to recovery will be very long, but we can give restaurants and small businesses a chance to earn their own income by extending the San Jose Alfresco program. This program would allow restaurants and small businesses to expand their operations outdoors, taking advantage of San Jose's 300+ days of sunshine for outdoor dining and retail. It will likely take many more years before restaurants and small businesses can thrive after life becomes a bit more normal. But if we don't take action, the Alfresco program will expire June 30th this year. Restaurants and small businesses generate more sales revenue, tax revenue for the city than any other industry. And we know that many large corporations are not hurting during the pandemic, but small businesses have been, and that has contributed to the city's budget deficits. By giving restaurants and small businesses a chance to increase outdoor sales, we are not only strengthening the city's tax base, but also contributing to a more vibrant community and improved quality of life similar to Santana Row. Please give restaurants a fighting chance to survive and vote in support of Mayor Liccardo's budget message. Thank you.
Thank you. Shanique Kleinhaus, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo and Council. I'm Shani Kleinhaus speaking for Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. We appreciate the thoughtful budget proposed by the mayor and wish to support many of the programs, but specifically the Resilient Corps, San Jose Bridge and Cash for Trash programs, and funding park rangers, invigorating Beautify San Jose and Embracive Resilient Corps and San Jose Bridge and Cash for Trash will be a win-win for the community and the environment. These programs will help people find purpose and gain experience, help the community recover, and improve some of the sound conditions of creeks, open spaces, and neighborhoods. We're looking forward for potential partnerships with the city. Maybe we can help some of the people that will be enrolled in the programs. I also want to comment in support of San Jose Abierto, in addition to community activation that focuses on health, education, and community engagement. Please consider working with organizations that activate parks through nature-based education, such as bird counts, bioblitzes, and so on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shani, for your good ideas. Dan Fan?
Hello, my name is Dan Fan. I own and I operate Original Gravity, Paper Plane, Mini Boss, and Super Good Kitchen, 3 restaurants located here in downtown San Jose. After operating 360 out of 365 days a year for the last decade, we've been shut down for about 350 of the last 365. Next week, I'm happy to say we'll be reopening our storefronts and welcoming the community back to our restaurants and bars. And I'm here today to voice my support for the mayor's March budget message and wanted to highlight the Alfresco and the SJPD Foot Patrol program. Alfresco has been a lifeline on keeping the doors open and helping restaurants in our city survive this pandemic. Businesses such as mine also would see foot patrols as a welcoming sight. As the downtown population begins to bounce back and more storefronts and offices reopen, a unique approach is needed to address our neighborhood safety concerns. Rather than being reactionary and increasing patrols after crime spikes downtown, having police walking the neighborhoods and with boots on the pavement and out of the patrol cars will create a more proactive, community-based police presence downtown. I've spent 10 years here downtown as a restaurant owner, and it's unfortunate that I've yet to have a relationship with the officers that police our neighborhood. Foot patrols would be a way for SJPD to engage businesses, residents, and the community at large to solve these problems. And funding is just the first step in ensuring this program's success. Proper planning, strategic implementation of this program are necessary in accomplishing the goals of a safer and vibrant downtown. Thanks for your time, Mayor and City Council.
Thank you. Thank you, Dan. Thank you for reopening. No, it's not easy. Bob Sipple. Hi, Bob.
Took me a second, I'm old. Mayor and Council, I'm Bob Sipple, and thank you, Mayor. I'm one of the newly appointed people for the Guadalupe River Task Force. I also have been the manager of the Guadalupe Community Garden for 12 years. I'm a member of the Guadalupe Conservancy Safety Team and their trail walks. So I kind of breathe, smell, taste, and inhale everything in that entire area. So I am greatly in support of the entire program, but with specificity to the river cleanup. That is the portion that I'm actually most interested in, the cleanup, and then of course the rangers. It's the 2 rangers is a nice idea, and I hope that somewhere along the line we can get near the 6 that were forecasted for the 2008. I know that with current budgets, the pandemic, and everything else that's happened, that's a big hope, but we can cross our fingers. But I wanted everybody to know that I am in support of the mayor's march. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Jewel Buchanan.
Okay, there we go. Thank you, Mayor Liccardo and council members. There's an awful lot of work to be done, so thank you for the work that you're doing. My name is Jewel Buchanan. I'm Neighborhood Commissioner and resident of District 5. I'm also a member of Vecinos Activos, Somos Mayfair, and Aruba. Aruba is a community-based organization working closely with the developers to encourage affordable, low-income, and very low-income housing in their developments. In District 5, we encourage the council's continued support for Beautify San Jose. It's a recognized program in place and appears to be gaining traction in District 5 with their Cash for Trash program. We also wonder if, in addition to providing cash for trash, can there be a component that adds other health components, such as personal sanitary trailers, such as the ones provided by Dignity on Wheels that offers scheduled showering and laundry, and a program that also strongly incentivizes and advocates for a keep it clean environment. This is something that is working very, very well in the city of Oceanside, as well as areas of Houston. They have one rule for the unhoused in those areas, and that is keep it clean. We're hoping that this can also become a part of the Cash for Trash program and the Beautify San Jose program to encourage our unhoused community to, quote, keep it clean. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joel. Bill Rankin, welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Bill.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Bill Rankin, President of Save Our Trails and President of the North Willow Glen Neighborhood Association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm here to speak to the support of Beautify SJ as part of the budget, which I support. This program supports so much throughout the city. It helps support groups like Keep Coyote Creek Beautiful and South Bay Clean Creeks Coalition. These groups organize huge numbers of volunteers to produce vast numbers of volunteer hours to remove bag after bag of trash that accumulates along our creeks, streets, and trails. Beautify SJ helps to supply the tools these groups need in order to carry on with their important work. Without these groups and volunteers, most of this trash would end up in the bay and ocean. Beautify SJ also supports neighborhood associations through small grants that let these associations operate their own neighborhood cleanups, maintenance projects, and get-togethers that promote neighbors knowing each other and watching out for each other. Thank you for your support of the important work that Beautify SJ produces. And also, I am in strong support of the Resilience Corps. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Sky Larchin.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Scott Largent.
looking a little more into the city's budget and the county's budget, my concerns, we're going to, there's going to be no money. I get that into things, but we're going to throw a bunch of money into the homeless issue, into the mental health issue, when our existing system is on life support right now. Our behavioral health system is an absolute joke in Santa Clara County. You call those numbers, no show. No one's going to show up. I film doing this and I try to see what the response is going to be. And it's just over and over again. It's the same thing. I spent 5 years of my sobriety chasing services in Santa Clara County. I got sober when my daughter was 6 months old. The most important thing to my ex was getting mental health services, getting into drug treatment, and then I could have been in my daughter's life. Done deal. Get on with my life. The doors that have been slammed in my face are ridiculous. And there are thousands of Scott Largents out on your streets right now that have done the same thing, chasing services that are just not there. And the biggest failure in our system right now, and I have done the research, I was a business owner for 20 years here in Silicon Valley. Judge Manley's courtroom is just non-functioning anymore. His team, it basically is like a new gas station with no gas. There's no services for these people. And they laugh in the holding cells because everybody plays the crazy card, because Manley's going to slap them on the wrist and let them right out the door. Their charges are being dropped, okay? And they cycle in and out of a courtroom on probation for close to 10 years. And where do they end up? They end up downtown. They end up on Spring Street. I would hope you guys would look into that.
Thank you. Phone number ending 8441.
Hello, this is Molly McLeod. I want to thank you very much for including the section on better serving our neighbors with disabilities. I am appreciative of Councilmember Foley's advocacy for the creation of a separate office to address issues related to disabilities, and that there's a recommendation to include one-time funding to prepare a report. And that's why I wanted to make some suggestions. Describing the existing workload, well, the positions have been cut. There's been a separate ADA coordinator through the emergency preparedness evaluation process. The gaps around disabilities and access and functional needs was identified as a high priority. I mean, as a council member, would you feel comfortable in knowing that you're Americans with Disability Act compliant in all of your communications, and that the staff are? There used to be liaisons for every department, and that hasn't been the case for years. So looking at through the lens of what is currently happening isn't the same as what should be happening. What would it take to avoid paying legal fees and having to do like the landmark settlement that was done in September 2020 for $130 million of curb work? We know that the streets, for example, if you look at Mayfair, the last paved street was there. The city of San Jose has responsibilities as a Title II jurisdiction, and those minimums are not met. And there's nobody who, you're trying to carve out your time. You may not know, you'd like to do better, but when are you going to fit that in? A budget priority and staffing assures that somebody is taking a much closer and attentive look at this and making sure that training is spread throughout the organization instead of after the effect, having to deal with lawsuits. Because the people of San Jose in a pandemic, more and more are going to be disabled.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I believe it appears that the time may have cut off. My apologies. Adolfo Gomez.
Hi, can you everybody hear me?
Hi, Adolfo. We can hear you.
Mayor, how you doing? Thank you for allowing us to speak in this day. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, thank you. I'm just gonna go to talk about two of the items you have on your agenda. One is the alfresco program, and the other one is the food patrol. Alfresco program. We are about to start finishing that program for us to start setting tables and doing everything in front of a restaurant. I'm working together with my neighbors with Rookies Lounge. I've been seeing what is being the effect around. I've been seeing what other restaurants are doing it. I've been seeing what other businesses are getting. And that gives us hope, you know, to keep our doors open, to keep our staff. And I think the more we can extend this program, not just for us, but also to keep giving that look of the city, then we are getting back to normal, getting busier. I think more people outside now is better than, you know, we have an issue with homeless people. And I think in a moment we have more homeless people on the street than people who really come to work and visit San Jose. So I think that's something very important you guys considering that. And the other one, the food patrol. I mean, everybody's have break-ins. We did have a break-in at the restaurant. We have graffiti. We have a lot of things going on. And I think having a food patrol, I think that will give the people that feeling of, you know, we kind of got gone back to normal, and also to feel more safe. Is few things I told my staff is that we need to make people feel safe, not only coming to downtown, but also coming to the restaurants, coming to the business, then we're doing the right thing in terms of, you know, what CDC guidelines are. I think that's all. That's running out my time. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Adolfo. Brett Bymaster, welcome, Brett.
Hello, I'm Brett Bymaster, Executive Director of Healing Grove Health Center, and I'm here to advocate for the Resiliency Corps. Healing Grove Health Center has had the pleasure of distributing more than $5 million in direct financial aid and rental assistance to more than 800 families in Santa Clara County, 90% of which are in San Jose. And that's been necessary. In our last funding round, we did a survey and found that after distributing on average $6,000 in financial aid to low-income families, those families owed a month later another $3,500. And so while financial aid is critical, what's even more important is getting people back to work. We have to have job stability because financial aid will never keep up. It'll never help with next month's rent. And that's why the Resiliency Corps is so critical. So Healing Grove is already doing this work in partnership with the city of San Jose. Through the San Jose Impact Grant, we have 33 people who are behind on their rent and lost their jobs because of COVID that are working to distribute 60,000 grocery boxes to families in San Jose over the past 4 or 5 months. And we want to continue to do that with the Resiliency Corps. We are committed to working with young people who come from low-income communities to help with COVID vaccination and other COVID-related projects that could potentially tap federal funding. And we think it's really critical to launch the Resiliency Corps now to get these young people back to work. As the mayor points out, they're experiencing very high rates of unemployment. And we got to get these kids off on the right foot so that they can escape poverty and not repeat the cycle. Healing Grove's committed to continue to partner with the city to make these job programs work. And we're confident that this is important and necessary. I also encourage the city manager to consider using his powers to get this off the ground quickly, as the vaccine rollout needs that manpower today more than ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad, and thank you for all that you and your team are doing at the Healing Grove. I wanted to mention that there were about a dozen folks who wanted to speak and their hands suddenly vanished from the screen. So with apologies, I'm not sure how that happened, but if you had your hand raised, please go ahead and raise it again. And with apologies if you just lost your place in line, we will get to everybody. If you just hang on, we'll get there. Hillary Thorson, welcome.
Hello, I'm Hillary Thorson. I'm Commissioner for District 6 on the Library and Education Commission. Thank you for including SJ Learns, SJ Aspires, and the points on digital inclusion and equity in your budget message. I know that there is a lot of concern about equity as well as the consequences of the loss of learning due to COVID. And right now, the city manager's budget directs the library to cut $1.4 million from the budget. And I don't believe that this cut is addressed in the budget letter. Any cuts at this point to library funding result in a loss of staff, which means a loss of hours and a loss of services. The library is the essential service for the city for education, and the staff has worked tirelessly this past year to help ensure that people have access to education through distribution of wireless hotspots, educational programming and preschool, access to books and e-resources, and help with homework. Your initial and now permanent approval of fine-free for juvenile materials allowed the library to begin partnering with school districts to provide library cards well before the pandemic started. And that has really helped during the pandemic to ensure that schools and the communities they serve have access to learning resources. So as you can see, any cut to library funding is a cut to education and a threat to the equity that the city is currently striving for. Cuts to library services, no matter how equitably distributed, affect those with the least resources the most and would impact communities of color who have already been affected the most by COVID-19. So I'm asking you to please maintain library funding to the current level of access in our community so that the access to library services and education at this time is maintained when it is critical for our children and our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Hillary. James Carter.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Carter, and I'm the current chair of the Neighborhoods Commission. I'll make my comments brief. Being a commissioner on the Neighborhood Commission, all districts are represented by two commissioners. I've heard from all districts regarding the problem with blight and illegal dumping. These are just two of the many of the major concerns in our neighborhoods. It's a quality of life issue. I'd like to take a minute just to acknowledge and thank those volunteers who spend countless hours in the areas where blight and illegal dumping are problems. These are folks who don't complain about illegal dumping and blight. They actually get out and work to clean up our city. I'd also like to echo many of the comments made regarding support for Beautify San Jose, and I'd like to see continued support for other programs within the city of San Jose mentioned during this meeting this afternoon. Thank you for your time and support and your service.
Thank you, Jim. Thanks for yours. Michelle Mashburn.
Thank you. An equitable recovery ensures human needs are met. This includes business owners, people, residents in homes, and those without a home to shelter in, all the other underserved communities in San Jose. I appreciate the city's work and the mayor's inclusion of a study into the feasibility of an Office for Disability Affairs. COVID-19 has shown us all many inequities that still exist in our society. Designing programs for those most impacted by the inequities means the city will be more attentive from the start to the issues that oftentimes are encountered in the process of implementation. Equitable design justice includes people with disabilities. It means programs like FEMA trailers that were utilized, that disaster could have been averted. Problems with the alfresco dining program can and would serve both people with disabilities and the restaurant owners who are struggling so much right now. My one suggestion is that the evaluation process must also include a task force of people with disabilities by reaching out to organizations like Silicon Valley Independent Living Center for people to help the city in this important evaluation process. The ADA was passed over 30 years ago. Today, the law is always the floor, which is a starting point, and not a ceiling of enough to be done. Oftentimes, ADA compliance will still mean that too many are left behind. One last comment on a different issue is I support those able to work being employed. Their wage must, though, be at least a minimum wage. The city's Cash for Trash program fails to do this and falls into something that the disability community is aware of alternative minimum wage. For others, and possibly worse framing, is that it falls into wage theft. Thank you.
Thank you. Nathan?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Nathan Olsch here from the San Jose Downtown Association, Director of Policy and Operations. I just want to quickly comment, thank you for the hard work and consistent diligence on the balancing the city budget and this specific item. I'd like to preface this specific comment as well with the fact that we submitted a comment letter supporting several items that was aforementioned as well. That said, I would like to vocalize our support for a couple items specifically, as these are quite timely. A, we have the alfresco program be imperative as businesses have invested tens of thousands of dollars into the infrastructure. We are still amid COVID and summer's coming. We appreciate this consideration to go beyond June, July. Also, as mentioned, Dan Fan and Adolfo, a few others, Downtown Foot Patrol embedded in the budget message are warranted as we are increasingly focused on businesses reopening and overall development in downtown. And perhaps the city should look at increasing the 250K to at least 500K to create a sustainable program here. And we have heard loud and clear that we need to bolster these opportunities with safety in mind, as mentioned. These are trying times. We understand the financial constraints here and the plethora of needed items presented. We appreciate the support and plan to keep supporting Mayor's budget message here, council and city staff. Looking forward to working with you all in the near future on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Tremi Cron. Hi, Tremi.
Hi, thank you so much. Hi, Mayor. Hi, everyone. I'm the Executive Artistic Director of Chopsticks Alley. I also serve on the Arts Commission. And I would like to speak to encourage council to support funding for the arts. I did notice that the mayor's message did indicate through PRNS that events and exhibits will be supported. I actually would like to ask that the funding go directly to support artists and art organizations through the Office of Cultural Affairs Grants Program, so that they may continue to provide the much needed grants for these organizations and artists. For the arts, it's a good public sector investment. It's an economic driver. It creates jobs and tax revenues. It's an educational asset, health and wellness, which is much needed in all communities right now. It's a civic catalyst, as you know, with the Fallon statue and all that, right, Mayor? And the cultural legacies. This is how we record history. So the arts and humanities play a vital role in modeling our perspectives and enriching our lives. They're not just tools for personal expression or a way to mark celebrations, but they challenge our perceptions of society. The arts and humanities inspire, challenge, and expand our minds, which is something we really need right now, is inspiration. They encourage us to think critically and allow us to experience the world through someone else's reality. Another thing we really need today. So the arts as a universal language, it helps us expand our understanding, diversity, cultures, and our most complex issues. Art is what makes us human. So please, please, please support the arts. Thank you.
Thank you, Tremi. Justin Imamura.
Hello, Mayor and Council. This is Justin Imamura, the founder of the Trash Punks. And wow, how fitting I get to go after the community member about the arts. That's amazing. I am a professional musician and am born and raised here in San Jose. In fact, I want to give you just a little bit of background that I wanted to share with you all. I was a youth commissioner for the city of San Jose, serving 2 terms under Councilmember Frank Fiscalini and Councilmember at the time, Ken Yeager. My heart and passion is with San Jose, the city that I live in, the city that I love and hold so dear to my heart. That's why I started the Trash Punks, an organization that cleans up trash. We use Beautify San Jose so much, and I support them, myself, on behalf of the 500 volunteers, support Beautify San Jose. And I encourage you, Mayor and Council, City Manager, to please invest more time, more energy into this program. I believe in helping out our unhoused community as well. And through the Resilient Corps, I really hope not only you're going to put young people to work, but you put our unhoused to work as well. And that's something that we as Trash Punks will support. If we can put our unhoused to work and our young people to work. And on top of that, with the arts, this past weekend, we had an event, a free electronic waste event, where for the first time in a year, I got to hire a drum group and got to get them paid through a grant that was given to us by County Supervisor Ellenberg. So we appreciate that, and we support Beautify SJ. We support the arts. We support a cleaner San Jose. We support conservation, and we support and love our in-house community. And that's who we are with the Trash Punks. And we appreciate you, Mayor and Council, for making the right decisions.
Thank you, Justin. Thanks to you and the Trash Punks and all the great work you did at beautiful our city. Sita Kern.
Mayor, CETA has an old version of Zoom, so we should ask that they update their Zoom and rejoin the meeting and raise their hand at that time so I can allow them to speak.
Okay, Sita, we have about 10 more folks who want to speak in that period of time. Hopefully you can download the latest version of Zoom and then we'll call on you. That'll enable you to be able to speak clearly. Victoria Partida.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Victoria Partida. I am the president of the Tropicana Lanai Neighborhood Association in District 7. My neighbors and I have organized cleanups for illegal dumping and littering problems in our neighborhood, even through the pandemic, of course, following the social distancing guidelines. When our streets have homeless encampments, it attracts large item dumping, litter, and at times feeling unsafe in our own neighborhood. We ask for your continued support for the Beautify SJ to keep our streets clean and safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Olivia Navarro, welcome. Hi, Olivia.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Liccardo, honorable city council members, and city staff. My name is Olivia Navarro, and I'm a District 6 neighborhood commissioner. I'm also chair of the Movimiento Democratic Coalition. And today I come before you on behalf of Liuna Laborers Local 270 that has a membership of close to 7,000 strong. Many of our members live and work in East San Jose. Liuna Laborers Local 270 has a long history of advocating on behalf of working class families. That is why today I'm speaking in support of Mayor Liccardo's March budget message. I think we can agree that those most impacted in our city have been residents in lower income communities. This pandemic has taken many lives, jobs, and has put many families in debt, leaving them with a sense of hopelessness. Providing programs and resources that will help those most impacted to start to rebuild can make a change in many lives. The Resilience Corp is an opportunity for the youth to see a future with a living wage job, benefits that will give them pride and peace of mind. Building a workforce from San Jose residents in service of San Jose residents, improving the quality of life in San Jose will instill a sense of pride and resilience for everyone. Many of our hardest hit areas are still not getting the support they need for many reasons, such as lack of resources or mobility issues. Mayor Liccardo's plan can help the city start to recover with the Resilience Corps as a solution that can be implemented quickly and make a difference in so many lives now. I respectfully ask for your support in Mayor Liccardo's March budget message, and I thank you for your time, and for everyone listening, please continue to stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. Steve Holmes. Steve, before you talk, I just wanted to note, Steve and South Bay Clean Creeks Coalition just completed their 300th cleanup out in our community on Saturday with a lot of other volunteers in Guadalupe River Park. I just wanted to say thank you, Steve, for all your work. Steve, it appears we can't hear you right now. I think your device is muted. Nope, it's still muted now. It's not muted, but we're still not able to hear you right now, Steve. So why don't we try to come back to you, Steve? Looks like there may be a device problem. If you're able to sort that out, we're happy to call on you in just a minute. Smita Garg?
Hi, Mayor and council members. I'm Smita Garg. I'm chair of the San Jose Arts Commission. And my comments here today relate to the economic recovery of artists and arts organizations in San Jose. I wrote to all of you 2 weeks ago, and I wrote again yesterday. I wanted to acknowledge, Mayor, that we can see support for arts in your March budget message. However, my fellow commissioners and I have concerns about how the one-time funding for the arts was addressed. We are concerned that the inclusion of the proposal for one-time arts funding within a portion of the message that focuses on Department of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services and reactivation of the city's parks. And we just feel that the distribution of these money should go through the Office of Cultural Affairs, whose staff knows the needs of the arts community and has expertise in arts grant making. And we're also concerned about the emphasis on outdoor festivals and events. While providing one-time funding to this segment of the arts community is important, it would not support many organizations whose performances, exhibits, and other events are not staged outdoors as part of festivals. What happens to them? How will they be supported? Our recommendation is that the one-time funding for the arts and arts organizations be a standalone item and the money go to OCA, and then OCA can direct it to the arts community via grants. And many in arts community are hurting, and we need to do what we can for the economic recovery. A return to vibrant art scene in our city is truly essential for wider community post-pandemic. We are all looking for healing, and arts are all about healing the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Smita. Cindy Flores.
Thank you for taking my call. Good afternoon, Mayor and the council members. My name is Sandy Flores, and I'm the president of the Capitol Park Goss Neighborhood Association in District 5. And we have many types of blight in our neighborhood that's impacted by gang graffiti, illegal dumping, and homeless. And I strongly support to continue to fund and increase the funding to beautify San Jose, to clean up the graffiti, illegal dumping, homeless encampments that is needed in our community. Beautify San Jose supports our neighborhood monthly meetings, dumpster days, National Night Out, and other neighborhood events. Thank you everyone for your time, support, and service.
Thank you, Sandy. Mike Krause.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I am the president of the Penitencia Neighborhood Association in District 4. But I'd just like to say thank you for your focus on the Blight and Beautify San Jose effort. I cannot overstate the catalyst that the Beautify San Jose grant has fostered and nurtured in developing a community for us. The grant has fostered community communication. It's fostered improving the aesthetics of the neighborhood. And it's actually enabled the neighborhood association to make San Jose a wonderful place to live and work. I think it fosters respect, affirmation, and inclusion. I can't say enough for the anti-graffiti organization. They've been very, very helpful, and your San Jose 311 app is working very well. So I just want to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. The person with the phone number ending 7414. The person with the phone number 7414, your phone appears to be muted. There you go.
Yes, can I be heard?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, wonderful. All right. My name is Linda Goitia, and I currently serve as the board president for Metro Ed SDCTE. Mr. Mayor, I noted with interest your statement that young adults are suffering unemployment at twice the rate as the rest of the community. I hope that the city will find a way to let Metro Ed SDCTE be a working partner in solving this problem. We offer industry certifications in 22 high-demand skills and trades, and we have the capacity and we certainly have the desire to train more young people than we currently do. We would welcome the opportunity to be of service. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your work at Metro Ed. Linda Goitia? Forgive me, Linda, if I just mispronounced your name. Linda, your device is muted right now. If you're trying to talk, it just needs to be unmuted.
Mayor, that was just her.
Oh, I see. Forgive me. That's the same Linda. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out, Pam. I was wondering how remarkable it was that their names were so similar. Okay. Steve, we'll give it another shot on your device. You're showing up still as muted right now. There you go, Steve. Can you talk now? Huh. Well, the device doesn't appear to be muted, but we're not able to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Beautiful. I'm going to be taking a remedial course in Zoom after this, but good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This is Steve Holmes, the Executive Director with South Bay Clean Creeks Coalition. Our group is in favor of the Mayor's budget message, especially adding monies that support Beautify SJ. In your message, the reference of getting back to basics says it best. Working with the city and community partners, we need to elevate the standards related to trash. As the result of COVID, we are seeing more homeless living along the waterways, and the pounds of trash we are collecting has doubled at our events. I'd like to thank Councilmember Perales and Davis, along with the Mayor Hurad at our last Saturday's cleanup. This is the time to be increasing funding related to blight and trash. We're here to support the additional programs like Cash for Trash and to learn more about the Resilience Core program. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Thanks for all the work you guys do. And Empire 7 Studios, who's that one, Carlos?
Yeah, hello, Mayor.
Hi.
Council. Thank you for the time. I wanted to share a couple comments as Arts Commissioner from District 3. I am in favor and support of the due process and hoping that the Office of Cultural Affairs could be a liaison and a continued leader in how to distribute funds for the smaller arts organizations to be implemented in this type of funding. So that process is not really transparent at the moment in how that would be distributed. Now, as an independent small business owner, I also wear that hat. You know, it's as a small independent business owner that's done quite a bit of work in contributing public art with the tenacity and sort of the DIY movement. We are also sort of kind of like reach our limits. And so it'd be great to also make sure that organizations who have been boots on the ground could gain more support from organizations working and beautifying SJ. We'd love to continue being a steward and a partner in projects that help our city develop and become a safer and cleaner place. As you might have, you know, as you remember, we have bumped into each other in a couple cleanups now. So we're also out there doing the dirty work as well. So we're very much in favor of all the programs and the initiatives that this initiative is pushing forward. So I wanted to thank you for the time and just to please consider the small organizations that have been here and how they are recognized once monies are to be delivered. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan Carlos, and thank you for doing both the dirty work and the beautiful work of the art as well. All right, I just want to say thank you to all the members of the community who came out to speak, many of whom have been deeply engaged in our efforts on many fronts collectively in our community to make our community safer, cleaner, more beautiful, and more equitable and sustainable. So thank you all for what you're doing. I heard several comments expressing concern about a page on my memorandum, page 15, which describes the San Jose Abierto program, which is just a name I gave, which is certainly we can adopt something else. But the idea is that we are going to celebrate the reopening of San Jose in a significant way, of course, as it's safe to do so. And I think there is some conflation of what we're talking about on the park side with what's going on the festival side. I'm not suggesting that we suddenly move festivals grants to the parks department. And I hope it sounds as though I may have misled people into believing that's what I was suggesting. I certainly don't have any intention in doing so. And hopefully city manager's office understands that's not my intent. Obviously, this is up to the council, but my expectation was that we were going to continue to hopefully expand Viva Parks and the work it does, but it is obviously the PRNS team that's working on Viva Parks is also working with artists. And then separately, of course, festivals will continue to be funded as they're always funded through the Office of Cultural Affairs. So if there's been some confusion caused by that writing, my apologies, but certainly no intention on my part to suddenly reverse the historic way we've funded those events. Okay, Councilmember Pross.
Mayor, I was first in line to speak.
See, there were a whole bunch of people that were first in line. I think it was Vice Mayor that I saw, and then all the hands went off the screen at the same time. We lost all those other folks.
No, it
all
was
the members of
Councilmember
the public.
Arenas, and then Vice Mayor, and then myself.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And then me.
Okay.
I was
Okay.
I'm not in line.
All right, fair enough. Vice Mayor, is that your recollection too?
My recollection was that I was actually first. I was actually surprised.
That's what I thought as well.
It might have been the first time that I was first. That's why.
Yeah.
That's why I noticed.
Okay. Well, I called them in the order that I see them on the screen now. I understand that there have been some rearranging. I thought at one time Vice Mayor was first as well, and I assume they all got swept off and others have a different view. I'm going to call them in the order they appear now, because that's the only objective way I know how to do it. So I certainly had no intention of sweeping any hands off, and I don't think Henry did either. For whatever reason, I think there's a glitch in the Zoom software and everybody lost their place. So I just ask everyone to please raise your hand again, and we'll come to you just in the order that shows up. Councilor Frost.
I'm gonna be kind because I do know I was somewhat last, so I'm going to lower and then re-raise.
Okay, fair enough. We'll come back to you then. Councilmember Foley.
Likewise, because I was fourth, so I'll let
Okay.
I'll let the vice mayor and others
Okay.
battle it out for first.
Okay, all right, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Okay. First of all, I want to thank the mayor for his budget message. I don't think that, Mayor, you went into enough detail, so I'm going to do a deeper dive on your budget message to go into more detail. So if you can give me about 20, 25 minutes. But I do appreciate the three focus areas that you highlighted, and I think that your budget is fiscally responsible and sound. So again, I appreciate all the hard work that went into it. I want to make a motion to accept your budget message and also include Council Member Esparza and Arraiz's memo. But I want to make a slight adjustment on their item 1, which instead of define high need neighborhoods, I want to change it to include high need neighborhoods. And the reason why is because of what Kip educated us about in terms of there might be other tools available that can do more targeted targeting different neighborhoods, particularly obviously Cadillac Winchester neighborhood potentially being excluded caught my attention, and we definitely don't want to have that neighborhood as well as Hoffman, Viamonte, or other neighborhoods excluded from any resources. So I want to just make that adjustment, and then also bifurcate their item number 3 to have a separate discussion on any areas of the mayor's budget message that they want to either have deferred to rules, or we could just decide on those items here at council.
Second.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. All right. Hopefully everybody understands the motion. We'll come back with any questions. Councilmember Esparza?
Mayor, I will lower my hand and go after Councilmember Arenas, who was first.
Okay. Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you. I appreciate that. Had I gone first, I would have made a motion to actually do just that, Vice Mayor, and maybe if you could consider the motion that I had laid out, and that was to explore methodologies, including low resource census tracts, which is what Councilmember Esparza and myself placed in the memo to define high need neighborhoods in the mayor's budget message and bring back the recommendation to council, because I did hear the mayor say that he wanted it brought back. So that's what I was going to include.
And
do you consider that language? Because it gives staff some opportunity to explore additional methodologies.
Councilman Reyes, could you tell us how that might be different? Because I think you're saying the same thing.
Yeah, I was going to say,
I might be
Councilman
wrong.
Reyes, actually, that's my intent is to give them multiple options and multiple tools to evaluate, to try to capture everything that you're trying to accomplish in your memo, as well as make sure that we don't exclude or miss any other neighborhoods.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And so can you restate your motion? Because the way that I heard it, I didn't think that it captured that.
Okay, so I'll state it in its entirety. So I want to modify your item 1 and to include high need neighborhoods in the mayor's March budget message as low resource census tracts designated by the California Fair Housing Task Force as an additional tool to be evaluated for consideration in deploying services.
Okay, I don't think that that's what was said earlier. So I agree. We're saying the same thing. Thank you.
Councilmember Arenas, you had an additional memo.
Yes, I did have an additional memo, and then I'll talk about that in just a second. But first, I just wanted to appreciate the mayor and his memo and the focus of those 4 basic priorities that he has, which is supporting an equitable recovery for a better normal, back to basics, cleaner, safer San Jose, accelerating solutions to homelessness and affordable housing crisis, as well as fiscal resilience and our future. And it's what my colleagues and I actually proposed really 2 years ago, is based on some of those really equity-based principles. And so I'm really glad to see this. It's just really unfortunate that it took this pandemic to pull back the curtains and really give light to the most poor and disadvantaged, which typically translates into areas that people of color, brown and black, people of color live in. And so I'm glad to see that race and equity are aligned with this budget. I will talk next about the actual memo that I submitted today to address the water rate increases. And thank you, Mayor, for supporting that. I think some of you, including the mayor, we all worked to successfully advocate a 0 rate increase to the Valley Waters Board of Directions, so that our families wouldn't have a rate increase during the pandemic. And so I look forward to this study session and meeting with Valley Water later on this week. I do want to ask Carrie or Jeff just to talk a little bit about what this means to, what does the bad debt reserve account mean to Muni Water, and how would this play out to our ratepayers?
Thank you, Council Member. I think I can answer that in general terms. I also think finance is on the line too. That could add a little bit more detail if needed. In general, in normal times, there are people that don't pay water bills. And from an accounting perspective, we have a bad debt reserve. It covers us financially for when people just don't pay. Of course, COVID had added a much larger differential to that. Right now, our bad debt reserve stands right around 1.1 million, but we're looking at COVID-related revenue shortfalls. That's people not paying water bills to be at approximately 1.8 by the end of this fiscal year. And we're budgeting another million through half of next year. And I mentioned half. When COVID started, we voluntarily stopped, of course, shutting off customers for not making water payments. And then the governor followed up with an executive order for all water utilities to cease doing shutoffs, a moratorium on shutoffs. And there's no end date to that. What that kind of means for us is that it may sound maybe a little bit harsh, but there are two, in general, groups of people that don't make water payments. Of course, those that are struggling and can't. And those type of customers, we want to talk to them because we have a variety of different payment options to help to get them back on track. But there's also another group of people that they forget where they put the water bill, they forgot to sign up for an account, or even now, perhaps some people that want to take advantage of perhaps what they think are maybe some free money out there, some free opportunities. I think our challenge for us is we have an increasing amount of people not paying water bills. And that is at the end of the year, that will cause revenue shortfalls for the fund and for next year. And so what we're looking at now, that's the bad debt. And we total, we're looking at right around 2.8 million through about December of next year. Now we do have a bad debt reserve. So our intention is to utilize that to offset what we think some of that bad debt's going to be. And that is, though that leaves a remainder, which is impacting our financial stability of the water utility. And I believe, were you asking a question also on some of the federal or state programs that might be available to us?
Yes, you anticipated my question because I was going to ask if the federal funds, if we need those in order to reduce the rates or use some of these programs to help folks repay their debt.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's two programs out there right now. The one that gets the most interest is the one that's just passed as part of the most recent American Relief Plan, the COVID package that was signed just a week or so ago. That one allows about $500 million to water utilities throughout the country to offset or waive eligible low-income customers that can't pay their water bills from the beginning of COVID. And so there's that one there, and we would like to participate in that funding if possible. Right now, it's been assigned to the U.S. Department of Human and Health Services to figure out how to set up that program, how to allocate it, what the eligibility requirements are. And so we're watching that, hoping that, so if we could get a hold of some of that funding to set up a program and get it working and up and running as quickly as possible. The other option, which is not resolved yet, it's Senate Bill 222, I believe, and that's a water affordability bill that's with the state of California. That one's a little bit different and maybe a little bit more advantageous if it gets passed. That one is targeted not only at low-income water ratepayers, but also water ratepayers that have experienced economic hardship in California. So that'll reach a broader group of our customer base and may provide a little bit more relief. Again, that's if that one does pass eventually. And again, that's Senate Bill 222. It's SB 222.
Well, that one's
so we're looking at both of those, and hopefully we can participate in some of those programs. We don't know right now. I know we're going to be sending out a rate notice in a couple of weeks, and we have to do that with all the best information that we have available. And unfortunately, it's not knowing if we're going to get this money or not. We have to notice as if we're not, is how we're structuring it. We do hope we can participate. Timing will matter too. If we get some of the federal funding as soon as possible, the impact to us will be to get that up and running and get people involved, eligible customers to apply, which is a process that we have to set up. And then we can start waiving their bills. And we're anticipating it'll be just a one-for-one transfer. And that'll help offset an end of the year impact, a revenue shortfall for this year. That'll be challenging though. I want to be clear. That'll be challenging to get that money, get a program set up and get enrollment by what really is the middle of May. And that'll be challenging, but if we can get that funding, we would like to try to go for that. That would help shave off about 1% of that revenue requirement that we were speaking about earlier. And then next year, if we know by May with reasonable certainty that we could get some funding by the middle of May, we do have an opportunity to adjust the final budget before it heads to council in June, which could help to bring down the rates a little bit further. So we'd be looking to look for some reasonable certainty that we could participate in funding around by the middle of May. That'll help moving into next year.
To help move it into next year, you said.
To help in our proposed budget, the way we have it now is we're anticipating a revenue loss next fiscal year of about $1 million due to non-payments.
Right.
If we know we can get some funding, then we can maybe bring that number down, which would mean it would be an extra source of revenue coming in, which would help to offset rate increases.
Right. Well, thank you for going down that rabbit hole with me. The other thing I just want to share with my colleagues is that Valley Water plans to increase rates over the next 10 years. I don't know what number in terms of years we are. Are we in number year 2 for year 1? Okay, so we haven't felt it just yet. Clearly, my husband takes care of the water bill. On this one, I take care of the phone bill. So I hadn't seen that just yet. So our ratepayers can expect a 10% increase every year for the next 10 years, including starting this year. And that is, it's terrible timing for some of our residents that are just really struggling. And it translates into all of the agencies that purchase water from Valley Water, which is everyone. So anyways, thank you so much, Jeff. I appreciate the information and walking us through that. So Vice Mayor, I would like to move that memo and hopefully include it. I apologize, I didn't hear if you had included that in your original motion.
No, I'm totally receptive, council member. I just have a question based on what I was assuming and also based on what I just heard from Jeff, that is this really a function of going through the budget process, or is this something that we could just give them direction to pursue what they were going to already pursue anyway, but we can make it more formal? So maybe I can get some guidance from Jeff or Lee. Is this, or Jim? Is this something?
And Councilmember, we checked in with the CMO's office for exactly for that, and I think Lee may have the answer.
Okay.
Actually, I was going to ask Jim to jump in on as far as the budget process, but you know, to Jeff's earlier point, we're continuing to advocate with Health and Human Services that the money that Jeff talked about be eligible for this use. So that is work underway, but definitely as far as coordination with the memo and the fees being brought forward, you know, this is work that, you know, we intend to do, especially as additional federal funding comes in and we start to research kind of the guidelines that come in around that, what it can be used for, and give some of the policy options to you guys, specifically around the fee. So from CMO's perspective, you know, that's the work we're going to be doing. And Jim, I don't know if you want to add in.
Yeah, I think the other thing.
Just for clarity, I just want to understand if we could just bypass the budget process and just give direction to move forward with her memo.
The only thing I would say, Vice Mayor, this is Jim Shannon, City's Budget Director, is that when we release the proposed budget, we will have some form of rates baked into whatever revenue is going to come into the water fund. And so to the extent that those rates may change based on additional information, additional funding available, we would want to adjust that budget. So we would take it forward probably as some form of an NDA if we got that information after the release of the proposed.
Okay. So I accept your friendly amendment, Council Member.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
And so I'm going to move on to the bifurcated item, which is number 2. And let me identify those areas that Councilmember Esparza and I were referring to, and that is opportunity housing, transformative transit project, and the meth and addiction related crime work. I'll now begin with the placing opportunity housing separately. This, I just want to remind my colleagues that this is an item that was placed in the mayor's, by the mayor in the general plan task force that we just met I think for all of last year. And this is one of those items. It was really heated and is continued to be discussed on social media and in news feeds, local news feeds. But this already has council direction, and it lives in the general plan task force that will be reporting soon, I think in later on in, I think around June or July. So I know that there's been like very vocal opposition, almost bad faith, and I'll even say racially charged and alarmist. And I think if we give a stage to these folks by separating it from the general plan task force, I think inadvertently we endorse that message. And just by the way, I want to say to my own residents who might oppose opportunity housing because of some of that misinformation that has been floating. District 8 has had opportunity housing since the 90s. We have many different areas that are new in development, including, but not limited to the Village Square. And these are just really lovely townhomes. And some of them, you have an entrance on one side of the street and they have an alley and another exit or entrance on the other side of the street. And so, some of the messaging that has been raised by folks opposing opportunity housing is evoking really some scare tactics about multi-housing and who lives in it, and maybe bringing up some like the ugliest duplexes I've seen, and they'll use some of that imagery when they're talking. And like I said, this already has an area to live in, and that's the general plan task force. So I don't think that it needs any additional direction, and it doesn't have a budget connected to it. So that's the opportunity housing. I'm not sure if maybe the mayor wanted to.
Yeah, if I could just weigh in briefly.
Sure.
I'm fine if you want to take that to rules, that's fine. I mean, I prefer we not debate all the merits because I know that's going to get us pretty far down the road here. So for me, it's purely a procedural issue because I think we're going to have a lot to talk about with the general plan update. And at some point, rules is going to have to figure out. It's one of those happy days where I can say I'm not on rules. So good luck, everybody. Rules is going to have to figure out how we're going to hear it all out. So rules can figure that out. I'm happy to push that off to rules. You want to talk about the transformative transit? I assume that doesn't refer to the airport piece, but rather the other pieces. Is that right?
Yes, and and listen, Mayor, I think it was for me, the piece that was really eye-opening was the opportunity housing. I mean, I think you make a lot of sense in saying, let's have a separate conversation because it'll evoke a lot of feelings and we'll be there listening to folks for a really long time, and it'll trip up the general plan task force. And I hear that, and I appreciate that. And so, I'm really even open to this in terms of how we deal with this. But I just, I was just afraid that we were going to give a stage to folks. But I see where you're coming with your recommendation. And then the transformative transit project, it really, for me, it just represents advocacy or a direction for our city manager to join you and our lobbyists to advocate for BART and high-speed rail funding in the next infrastructure package. And so I think this is something that maybe our city manager was already planning to do. And if he's already planning to do, once again, if it lives somewhere, why include this in here? I'm also and then the meth and addiction related crime, I thought, which is a great idea. It's small groups to discuss options and solutions. And I think Supervisor Chavez and some folks from the county for mental health, I think there was a small group that you were all pulling together to discuss this. And I'm guessing with addiction issues, I just didn't see how it was connected to the budget. So that's where I'm coming from. You certainly can recommend something different, and my colleagues could agree that this should stay. It is really it's a consensus. I mean,
no,
it's
fair
what
point.
the council says.
And thank you for defining the items that you wanted to pull into other processes. So as I said, I'm fine if you want to move the opportunity housing back to rules. That's perfectly fine for them to evaluate. The transformative transit, I would say maybe different from the other two, because there may in fact be a budgetary ask here. I guess I can say we don't know what we don't know yet, and it's all coming down to the infrastructure bill. And I expect there's going to probably need to be a multi-city collaboration on this. Well, we've already started talking. I'm in active conversations with the mayor of San Francisco, Mayor of Fresno, and others who are really pushing together on this. And we may need to put some money on some joint lobbying efforts. And so I would just ask if that could be left in so that if we need to come back in a few weeks with a specific budgetary ask, at least there's some budgetary direction to say this is important to the council. The meth addiction, I understand and agree. That's an issue. City manager can simply authorize that without any council direction. So that's my 2 cents, and certainly the maker of the motion can do whatever he whatever he chooses.
Great.
So, are you done?
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Jones. I was going to continue with my comments, but I apologize. Were you going to
I just didn't know if
give some feedback?
You were going to provide an additional friendly amendment, or anyway. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sure. And Vice Mayor, I'm also open to I think in the larger scheme of things, and listening to the mayor, I see where he's coming from, and I appreciate his perspective. Obviously, we can't talk to each other because we're not in a Budget Brown Act, and so I think this is the place where we sort these things out. And so I'm actually very much open to leaving that in the budget message, seeing that it's not very consequential to the message. But I needed to point it out because I just didn't have this conversation. So if you would like, I can make a friendly amendment to drop item number 2 from our memo. And that way you don't have to bifurcate the vote.
We need item 3.
Oh, sorry, item 3, yes.
All right, so I accept that.
Perfect.
Right.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm just going to move into some of the comments that I had around, I have some questions. I know the Resilience Corps has 5 different areas of focus in terms of how people will be placed. And I have a question about the economic recovery, which is implementing the Alfresco program. How would that look? What would people be doing to implement Alfresco?
Yes, hi, council member. This is Jeff Ruster, Assistant Director with the Office of Economic Development. We've only had very preliminary conversations around this, what this could look like and what the operating structure would be. But it could involve just increasing awareness about the opportunities. It could be marketing for those restaurants that are in those businesses that that are open now. Again, very early on, it could be training youth in the areas of digital marketing and having them become like, have these businesses create a social media presence. So again, very early on, but the idea is to have the youth support the opening of restaurants in this space, and other businesses as well, and maybe work through some of the, the neighborhood business districts, and other intermediaries that support small business in placing the youth or having the youth support their constituents.
Great. And since Jeff, you're here, I do want to ask a follow-up question about San Jose Works. Now we have two young people assigned to our office, and I've always sung praises to San Jose Work program, especially when it's in an environment that allows for youth to develop and professionally, and maybe just dip their toes, if you will, into a career, possibly influencing them in continuing college or continuing their education somehow. I don't see San Jose Works connected with any part of the resilience responses and any part of those. Am I accurate in that? And maybe why not? Why wouldn't we involve our youth in that?
Yeah, I mean, I think what we've done is really based on kind of those growth sectors and those areas, those occupations that are in high demand and offer promise for high wage and have a living wage associated with them. We have focused most of the youth in those areas. So that would include things like IT, advanced manufacturing, healthcare is a field, business and finance, and construction and the trades. And almost all the youth are either employed within those sectors, and these are high school youth, by the way, and that are employed within those sectors, or at least are performing a skill related to that demand occupation. So for example, they may be doing web design with a nonprofit, but they're learning a skill that's associated with the demand occupation. I think, we are open to new areas, particularly as our economy change and the context of our community changes. So it's something that we potentially could see linkages with the older youth focus of this program and trying to create pathways for the youth as well.
Great. And actually, that's a great segue, Jeff, to my overall message about Resilience Corps. And that's really what pathways are we creating for our youth? And first of all, I don't know if we're limited to a certain age range with Resilience Corps, but I see it as an opportunity to also give a lot of parents who are out of work an opportunity to get back on their feet. And so for me, this Resilience Corps needs to have a balance between, well, let me give you an example. I think in the pandemic response, there's a childcare piece at vaccination sites and an assistance in learning pods. And if these youth are providing childcare and standing up some learning pods, who's helping them with their learning loss? And so
maybe Councilmember Arenas, could I offer a little bit of clarification that may help?
Yeah.
I actually, I know that the council can certainly decide however they want to target this program. My intention was not actually to go to the San Jose Works demographic of mostly teenagers and actually go to young adults. It wasn't intended to be a youth program, but a program for young adults. Some or many of them may in fact be young parents themselves. So this was really about folks in their 20s predominantly who are struggling with very high levels of unemployment and are often the heads of households that we need to get living wage jobs. So that was really the focus of this.
Okay, well, thank you for that clarification. I don't know if I misread this somewhere. You did a really good job of braiding the Resilience Corps through all of your messaging under the 4 different principles. So I had to follow the thread, if you will, just to get a good picture and feel of it. I mean, I'm excited that we have this great opportunity to provide employment for our youth. I just, I caution us to make sure that there's some balance there, because I'll tell you the first reaction I had with it is, we're gonna get the poor youth from East Side to pick up trash and plant trees, was my first impression. And then when I read through it a little bit more, I saw that there was, this focus on learning loss, and involving the youth in that, in making sure that our younger kids don't get further lost, especially during the summer. And then I saw the benefits of the disaster resilience, and making sure that we help our older adults installing smoke and fire alarms, and participating in CERT training. So I thought, those elements really spoke to me. I really appreciated them. Even the San Jose al fresco, now that Jeff has talked a little bit more about that. The piece that has the environmental response, to me, I just really want us to have a balance in between what pathway are we creating for our youth. And I've said this before, it's not exclusive to this budget message, but even if I take a step back in all of our youth programming, and that's why I had as a priority to align youth program development to make sure that we have clear pathways to make sure that our youth who are at highest risk continue on with college, and they themselves are supported in their learning loss or their learning differences that they may have, and never been diagnosed. I really want to make sure that we invest in our next generation. I'm glad to hear that there are young adults included in this, and so that is really great clarifying news. And since it's young adults, and sometimes this is what I see in our neighborhood associations, is some our younger adults are getting involved, and they're, we have some great energy in some of our neighborhood associations, including our Project Hopes. And so, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to make sure that we took advantage of making sure that we brought in promotoras into the fold for Project Hope. I'm not going to try to sell it since we already have it on the included in the motion, but this is part of what our youth, I think, are looking for in social justice, because we saw them in the streets, and not all of them were the majority of them were there for really good cause, and under the guise of social justice, and pure genuine commitment to that. And so I want to make sure that we continue to have these pathways that will lead back to college. And so great if they are involved in environmental response. What next can they do to make sure that they themselves don't have, that we address the learning loss that they themselves had suffered? Because we know these are one and the same. These are the same children, same youth. And so I want to make sure that gets addressed. I don't know if we can fix it in this moment, but at the very least, I wanted to express my concern there, and to make sure that those kiddos are supported in the same way that they're going to support younger kiddos. And I don't know if you have any feedback on that, Mayor.
I guess only this, and it's not much, but I'll just say this. There's no question. I know Jeff and his team have been deeply engaged in partnerships, as you know, for many years with community colleges and with other organizations that can provide critical supports to help build those pathways. I'm not a believer that every single job needs to be that pathway, because we simply aren't going to get every young person a job at Google. But if they can get the job that can help them support themselves, or they're to be able to continue that while they're taking classes and doing other things, then that can give them the pathway. And so I guess I would just say, yes, there is going to be, I expect some of this work is going to be, frankly, it's the work that many of our own city employees are doing out there, helping to clean up our city, for example. There's going to be some of that, and that's okay as long as we have other supports in place, the community college access and so forth, that provide the pathway.
Right, and I'll tell you, I use myself as an example. I was a community activity worker more than 23 years ago for the city of San Jose. And that included a lot of dumpster days, included a lot of, picking up trash on the weekends and organizing our community to do the same. And so I absolutely, and while going to school or finishing up school, but anyways, that allowed me to explore my dedication to public service, right? This opened the door for me to continue. I've always my career, my choices have always been in public service, and so I want us to do the same for our youth as much as we can, because many of them may not have somebody that they can look up to. Earlier I recognized Miss Mendoza, Sophia Mendoza, and Angel Rio said, "Oh, she was my mentor when we were at Moxa." And I'll be honest, I said, "I'm really jealous." She sounded like an amazing woman. I didn't have the same kind of mentorship. I just really didn't. And so I think I'm not any different from any of the youth that's living in the East Side in poverty, because, I'm not ashamed to say that my family was poor and we lived in the East Side. And so I want to make sure that we have as many opportunities for our youth to interact with folks that can lend themselves to that, to be that pathway, to be that mentor. And if they don't engage themselves, that we have this next step. Okay, so you were in the environmental resilience part of our program for Resilience Corps. Now you're going to move into, I don't know, the San Jose Aspires or the, whatever it is, but that there's a clear path of progression for that kiddo, and that they're not just picking up trash for the rest of the year, or that they're not planting, or I just want to caution on that. And so that I won't beat a dead horse, but because I think you hear me. I see you shaking your head. And so,
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Jeff.
Well, I think the pathways that you're talking about beyond this program are exactly what we're just beginning to explore. So you could envision a youth going through the environmental pathway through this program, moving on to the trades afterwards. They could move on maybe with city employment in park maintenance or park ranger kind of jobs. A lot of the youth may be interested in having their own business as a contractor. And so this could be a starting point, and with the right kind of training and mentorship and support, our hope is that they do become much more resilient than before when they enter in that program, and they have these pathways. And as the mayor did say, college isn't going to be for everyone, but one area where we might be able to really maximize potential impact is through work experience programs through, say, for some of the community colleges. A lot of the youth there that are extremely low income, they can still get up to 6 credits towards their degree through a work experience program. So, and what we have to do is figure out a model that can accommodate both their academics, because we don't want to have them just go for the job and forsake their education, but have a program that allows them to engage in this work, earn that work experience credit, but still provide an incentive for them to continue their education. So that's kind of the early thinking and the framework that we're
Okay, and lastly, I'm gonna end my comments, but I'm just gonna say that I have, like other council members, have been very concerned about the hardest to reach population, because they just take more resources to connect to, and we just don't have those additional resources internally. PRNS does a really great job of doing outreach, and my hat's always off to them, as well as our library department. But there's certainly not enough to do outreach, especially now that we're seeing that we are very under vaccinated for Latinos. which is one of the hardest to reach populations. And wouldn't it be wonderful if we could augment our outreach efforts through some placement of those resilience corps in some of these parks and rec or library departments, so that we can augment outreach. So lastly, that's the last recommendation. One is obviously to make sure that their learning loss is also addressed. Second, to really create some pathways. And lastly, it's to use those folks as also a resource with their connections in their respective communities, and to add to our outreach efforts so that we can finally be able to have a good record of reaching out and connecting with the hardest to reach. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Just looking at the clock, I'm going to ask if we could break at 5:45. So Councilmember Perales, if we maybe have to continue to after 6:30 in the middle of your comments, the idea would be we'd break for 45 minutes at 5:45 and then resume at 6:30. Does that work for you, Councilmember Perales?
Well, that's definitely not going to be the middle of my comments, but that'll be definitely somewhere in my comments. I also was happy to sort of fall back in line where I was, which was below Councilmember Foley and Esparza as well. So I'm happy to I'm going to lower my hand again and do that so you can ask the question to, I believe, Councilmember Esparza or Foley.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Foley.
Okay, I may take 10 minutes if that's, that may take us past our 5:45 time, but Mayor, I thank you for your thoughtful budget message and the look at the 4 different areas. Better normal, back to basics, accelerating solutions for homelessness and affordable housing, and financial resilience. And there's just a couple of areas that I have some questions about. One is, or comments. One is the Resilience Corps. I think that's really a great idea. The only concern that I have is that it is one-time money, and I'd like to see that type of opportunity extended over time. And I know in the budget process, we do use one-time funds on a regular basis, which then sets us up for not having the funds for the program in the following year. So if it's a successful program, it would be great to continue it and not just depend on one-time funds. That's my only concern about that. And then Metro Ed, Linda Goitia brought this up. That might be a good partnership, is to work with Metro Ed on job training and skills that they can get through the Metro Ed program. I also wanted to just raise a couple of issues about the Alfresco program. I support the Alfresco program, but it needs some work in 2 particular areas. One, we have bad actors who are restaurants in our communities that are allowed to operate in an Alfresco setting because of the pandemic, but they're very close to neighborhoods. They haven't sought the permits they need. They're using amplified sound. We send code enforcement over there, and code enforcement does what they can, but it's very disturbing and disrupting to the neighborhood. So as we go forward at looking at a permanent alfresco, that we make sure we take care or take particular attention to our neighborhoods and where these businesses who opened up around neighborhoods, but now might be able to operate outside, which I'm not against, but we need to be doing so to be sensitive to the neighborhood and the sound and the additional traffic and parking that's going to happen when alfresco occurs. The other thing is we have an accessibility issue with a lot of our alfresco businesses. We need to make sure that they're accessible, and we have something, some code or design built in that we are complying with ADA compliance. It's the federal law. It's supposed to, but we're hearing stories in certain areas that just isn't true, that if you have a wheelchair, you can't get accessibility into some of the the restaurants and businesses. So I just want to raise that as a concern as we look at al fresco going forward. I support it, but I cautiously support it. The other, Mayor, thank you for highlighting better serving our neighbor with disabilities. I really appreciate you including direction to the city manager and staff to answer a few questions on how that would be done, what the cost might be. And I'd like to have some consideration or have some thought given to the creation of a task force where members of the disability community are included in a task force to see what that would look like, what the Office of Disabilities would look like, what would be most beneficial, how we can work together, what kind of tools and accessibility they need, what they see. So I think this is a really good start, and I'm glad to see that you're highlighting it in your budget, and I truly appreciate that. But is it possible to include a task force in that and expand it even further, at least, a short-term task force and not a committee or commission?
Councilmember Foley, let me offer this, and this is both an offer and a challenge, I suppose. I'm hesitant to say to staff, hey, go off and go manage a task force, because we know that there's a significant amount of work that needs to be done. I'd be happy to work with your office to convene a task force to get something up and running. And I would expect, as you always do, you'd be reaching out to our colleagues to ensure we had good representation citywide, to do something that could be done informally until we can have this report come back that would provide us a greater sense about where exactly the city should be focused. I'm just not eager to suddenly say to staff, hey, you got one more task force to manage in addition to all the other commissions and committees. So we would be happy in my office to support your work in doing that.
I appreciate that, and I accept that challenge. I thought you might say to me, no, we don't have staff time or staff bandwidth for task force, because I do know that it will take Dave's teams out of the work that they're doing in other areas. So I appreciate that. But what I didn't want to do is have this study done and then come back with a report and then create something beyond that. So I'll accept the challenge and have my work with my team and your team to figure out what we can do. How's that?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. And forgive me, I'm going to have to jump off now, but we'll be in the Vice Mayor's capable hands.
Okay, just as I was going to get to the arts, that's okay. I do want to raise the issue of the arts, and I'm glad that the mayor clarified that that he's still looking for the same grant funding through the Office of Cultural Affairs. But one thing in the budget that I think it's great to activate our festivals on our parks and get people out, especially during a COVID period, because we really need to get them still socially distanced and still safe until the majority of us are vaccinated. But I also want to just remind everybody, as many of our artists did, that there's performing arts that occur indoors as well. And there's exhibits that exist indoors. And we want to make sure that we're supporting all of our artists, because they are truly struggling in this time. As some of our small businesses are able to get up and running, the live theaters just are not able to do that anymore, or not yet. They may in the summer, they may in 6 months, but right now they are really struggling. So I just want to make sure that when the budget comes forward, we see funding for the arts to the extent that we possibly can. And that means all artists and art programs and art communities. I know the mayor has been generous in his budgets in the past, last year and others, but now more than ever, these artists are struggling, and many of them hold down multiple jobs anyway as they're trying to pursue their craft. But with COVID, it makes it even more difficult for them to do any of their art. So I appreciate the emphasis in the budget on art. and the festivals, but we need to make sure that we don't forget about our other performing artists and our other artists who are doing work inside facilities. I did have a question for the mayor, and he's not here. And I'll just raise it now, and it has to do with the Yigby conversion plan, Yes in God's Backyard. And I noticed that there was an indication about the school district PQP conversion. There was the budget called for a consultant, and that the consultant would be looking at the PQBP conversion policy for school districts. So maybe Dave, you can answer this for me. Is that contrary to the current policy that the city is looking at for PQP conversions for schools?
You know, I don't know. There's a conflict there. I don't know if Rosalind is on.
Dave, this is Nancy Klein. I'll follow up and we'll double check and get that information to you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Nancy.
Okay. Thanks, Nancy. That's really it. So see, 10 minutes. I was right on in my time frame. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate the budget's the mayor's budget message, and I plan to support the motion.
Thank you, council members. So it's 5:50. We're going to break for dinner and reconvene at 6:30. So I will see everyone then.